Chapter 30, 135. They could see that if Lin Xian hadn't held back, the Nether King might have been killed. Who are you? Which sect are you from? Which planet are you from? The Nether King stood up and roared. He couldn't believe it, so he had to know the other party's identity. Lin Xian stood on the fire dragon with his hands behind his back like a god. His voice echoed between heaven and earth. You just need to know that my name is Lin Wudi. After saying that, the fire dragon under his feet carried him and flew into the distance, disappearing into the sky. Lin Wudi. The Nether King's expression was ugly. The others repeated the name, silently shocked. Although Lin Xian had left, the shock he had created was still there. Moreover, it became more and more intense. Then, the news swept through the entire cloud-returning planet like a storm. Everyone knew that Gao Peng had been defeated in this battle. The Nether King attacked powerfully, suppressing everyone until they couldn't raise their heads. Then, a person called Lin Wudi attacked and defeated the Nether King in a few moves. In the end, he only left the crowd to watch. Too cool. That Lin Wudi is too cool. I must marry such a man. Many female criminals were infatuated. This is a true peerless powerhouse. As for the other great sects and top families, they were frantically searching for information on Lin Wudi. However, they found that they knew nothing about him. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air and then disappeared without a trace. They couldn't find him at all. Lin Wudi, the Nether King, gritted his teeth. He turned and soared into the sky, leaving Cloud-returning planet. Although I don't know who you are, one day we will meet again on the ancient path of stars. The Nether King left completely. On Cloud-returning planet, it continued. Everyone was talking about this battle and the mysterious young man Lin Wudi. At this time, Lin Xian had already left Heaven's vault peak. He was on his way again. It was about time to give Wan Gong, young Master Shen, and the others a warning. Defeating the Nether King was just a small interlude. Lin Xian's main goal now was to break through to the half-step Saint realm. This was because he could see that the top group of Sky Prides had already grasped a power that was close to the Tao. However, whoever could break through to the half-saint realm first and master the precept fragment would be able to seize the opportunity and suppress the other geniuses. Lin Xian now had a huge advantage over those people. His physical body was still at the half-saint level. Next, he only needed his cultivation and comprehension of the laws to reach that level. Now that he had the sacred breakthrough pill, he could significantly increase the speed and success rate. Forming a seal with his palms, Lin Xian triggered the flame he had left in young Master Shen's body. He knew that those aristocratic family disciples wouldn't obediently collect them. After all, although he had displayed a bit of his strength back then, it was not as shocking as the battle with the Nether King today. Therefore, with the status and thoughts of those family disciples, they should have turned a deaf ear to it. However, things might not be the same in the future. The Shen family. It was a very famous family in the northern continent. Although it wasn't the best, it was still a big family. After young Master Shen returned to the Shen family, he behaved himself for a few days and then came out again. Of course, he didn't go far. He stayed within the Shen family's sphere of influence. At this moment, he gathered a group of genius disciples from big families to hunt. They had gained a lot from this battle. In the sky, a group of people flew quickly. It was young Master Shen and his group. Each of them was sitting on a bloody dragon horse. This was a type of flying demon beast. Behind each bloody dragon horse hung a huge corpse. These were the demon kings they hunted. Every one of them was terrifying. The group of people attracted a lot of attention. Brother Shen, your strength has increased again. Yes, that slash just now was really powerful. It directly killed the tiger demon's vital point. An ordinary 9-star demon king is no match for Brother Shen. Young Master Shen was very happy. He was overjoyed when he heard the compliments of the surrounding geniuses. As for the spirit herbs Lin Xian had asked him to collect, he had already forgotten about them. In his opinion, Shen Tian was strong enough to fight against the Bloody Blade monarch. But so what? No matter how strong the Bloody Blade monarch was, it was only in Giant Armor City. Here, the Shen family was still in charge. No matter how strong the Bloody Blade monarch was, would he dare to behave atrociously in the Shen family's territory? The answer was definitely no. Thus, young Master Shen didn't take Su Chen's words to heart, but in the next moment his body trembled. His pupils constricted, and he screamed in horror. This was because a tiny flame inside his body was trembling slightly. Then it spread rapidly. His internal organs were burned to ashes. In the next moment, endless flames appeared on the surface of his body and enveloped him. Ah! Young Master Shen screamed and fell from the bloody dragon horse. He rolled in the air and looked very miserable. Endless smoke filled the air. Damn it, what's going on? Brother Shen! The martial artists around him were scared out of their wits when they saw the scene. The powerful cultivators from the Shen family rushed over. Young Master! They attacked crazily. Watch me. An old man opened his mouth and spat out seawater to envelop young Master Shen. But it was useless. Use mine. I have a sea orchid pearl, passed down from my ancestors. Just then, a prodigy took out a blue pearl and threw it out. The pearl shattered as soon as it got close to the flame. The prodigy was sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it, what's going on? Everyone was stunned. Next, they tried more than a dozen magical powers and treasures, but it was useless. Young Master Shen was burned to a dry corpse amidst endless screams of horror. The other prodigies were terrified. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Who was it? How dare they attack here? They screamed like crazy, but there was only a chilly wind blowing around. No one answered. The powerful cultivators from the Shen family trembled. In just a moment, their young master was burned to a dry corpse. They couldn't react at all. Everyone knew it was over. Something big had happened. Young Master Shen was the descendant of one of the Shen family's ancestors. He was very popular. Now that young Master Shen was dead, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Let's go quickly. These people carried the burnt corpse and flew quickly. They even abandoned the demonic beasts that were hunting. They quickly returned to the Shen family. The other genius martial artists were also extremely frightened and quickly fled. Who knew if there were any powerful cultivators around? When the Shen family heard the news, it was a sensation. The ancestor of the Shen family came out of seclusion. Looking at the burnt corpse, he roared to the sky. Damn it, who did it? The battle servants of the Shen family knelt on the ground, trembling. Ancestor, we didn't see it clearly. Young Master seemed to be burned out of thin air. Even if someone attacked, it was an extremely powerful cultivator. With their strength, how could they see it clearly? Chapter 31-36. Investigate. Send the family's experts to investigate. You must find out who did this. I must tear him to shreds. The old ancestor of the Shen family roared to the sky, and the power in his body soared into the sky. At the same time, the news also spread. After all, in addition to the warriors of the Shen family, there are more than a dozen genius disciples of the big clans present. After experiencing this scene, they were terrified, and the news came from their mouths. For a time, the city was in an uproar. Among them, Wangong, Haiyu Yumin, and those who were planted with the flame prohibition by Lin Xian all learned about it. They were scared out of their wits and returned to their clans. They had no choice. Before, they had the same idea as young Master Shen. They thought that if they returned to the sphere of influence controlled by their clans, no matter how strong the other party was, they could not do anything to them. But now it was different. Young Master Shen burned out of thin air and turned into a dry corpse. This scene really provoked them. Who knew if the next step would be them? For a time, these people went crazy. They first asked the elders of their clans for help, asking them to break the flame prohibition in their bodies. But soon they despaired, because they found that although the flame prohibition was small, it could not be broken at all. A few of them began to despair. After countless attempts, they finally put away their thoughts and began to gather the spirit herbs that Lin Xian had instructed them to gather with all their might. However, people like Wan Gong and Hai Yu did not give up. They looked for all kinds of ways. Wan Gong went back to the Tiangang sect and asked his master for help. Hai Yu, on the other hand, was alone. She wore a thin veil and came to a mountain range. Then she walked into one of the caves. Although this storm was not small, it was still drowned in the legend of Lin Wudi. On the other side, Lin Xian withdrew his palm. This was just a small warning. He thought that those people should obediently collect the spiritual herbs. If he still did not see the spiritual herbs after 3 months, then he would not be merciful. He wondered how many of the people in the 1,000 herb hall had collected. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He decided to go to Giant Armor City again to take a look. Apart from the few precious spirit herbs that were hard to find, he had to speed up his search for the other spirit herbs. After all, he didn't just collect 1, but 3. With a flicker, Lin Xian soared into the sky and disappeared. Ever since Lin Xian had left, the Bloody Blade Monarch and Madame Hua had been doing their best to gather spiritual herbs in the great Armor City's myriad herb hall. They knew how powerful Lin Xian was, so they didn't dare to resist. And the whole thing was proceeding smoothly and quickly. Lin Xian had left behind a large number of spirit herbs, but other than the most expensive ones, most of them could be found in the 10,000 herb hall. As for the precious few, they decided to search for them slowly. However, in the past few days, the 10,000 herb hall had clearly not been collecting spiritual herbs. Of course, it wasn't because they had betrayed Lin Xian, but because something else had happened. At this moment, a group of people had gathered in the grand hall of the 10,000 herb hall. Sitting at the very top was the Bloody Blade Monarch. Beside him was Madame Hua, and on both sides were the elders of the 10,000 herb hall. However, it was obvious that these elders were all injured. The Bloody Blade Monarch's expression was very ugly. He looked at the letter in his hand, and his body trembled slightly. "Are you saying that that fellow has really returned?" "That's right, he has indeed returned. When we were collecting spiritual herbs, we encountered him and were injured by him. Furthermore, he told us to pass on a message. In 3 days, he will come to settle the matter from back then. Damn it, he's too arrogant. There are so many of us. Do we have to be afraid of him?" Madame Hua snorted coldly and looked at the Bloody Blade Monarch. The Bloody Blade Monarch's expression was very grave. "How many people did he bring this time to injure you?" The elders below all had ugly expressions. There weren't many people, just him. "What?" The moment this was said, the other powerhouses in the hall were stunned. Madame Hua's body also trembled, and the Bloody Blade Monarch's pupils shrank. 1 person? How was this possible? He only knew that these elders of his were all invincible kings. What? 1 person could defeat all of them? "Your Majesty, we discovered that this fellow's strength seems to have reached the complete 9-star realm." "What? Complete 9-star realm?" Hearing this, the Bloody Blade Monarch stood up with a bang. The complete 9-star realm was the last realm of the 9 new kings. It was 1 level higher than him. He was only at the peak of the 9-star realm, 1 step away from the complete 9-star realm. This step was like a moat that was very difficult to cross. Damn it! Although the Bloody Blade Monarch was gritting his teeth, the blood sea behind him was surging, and Madame Hua's face was pale. He quickly said, "Your Majesty, why don't we quickly contact the Qi family and let the other sect's experts kill him?" Even the Bloody Blade Monarch might not be able to defeat a complete 9-star realm expert, let alone the others. Perhaps only the Qi family's experts could do it. However, the Bloody Blade Monarch shook his head. "No, this is our own matter. If we ask the Qi family for help, they will think that we are useless. At that time, not only will they not help us, but they might even remove us. After all, the Qi family would not raise trash. The Bloody Blade monarch knew that they couldn't ask the Chi family for help. It seemed that they had to think of another way. Their faces were filled with worry. Just like that, 2 days passed. There was only 1 day left before the 3 days that they spoke of. The Bloody Blade monarch and the others couldn't find any way to resist. On the 3rd day, the sun rose. Everyone had not slept for 3 days. To them, it was nothing. However, everyone's face was filled with worry. The entire 10,000 herb hall was not open for business. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. The array was activated, ready to strike at any time. However, at that moment, a figure walked in from outside the 10,000 herb hall. "Is he here?" Sensing that someone had come in, everyone was on guard. In the 10,000 herb hall's main hall, a figure walked in. His footsteps were like thunder, surging in everyone's hearts. Following that was a cold voice. "What? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you want to rebel? You want to use arrays to deal with me?" The voice was very sharp and carried a murderous aura, causing the surrounding array to tremble. Damn it! How can the enemy be so powerful? Many elders trembled. However, the Bloody Blade monarch's pupils shrank. No, it wasn't him. It seemed to be Lin Gongzi's voice. Lin Gongzi was here. Hurry up and welcome him. What? You're talking about Lin Gongzi? They naturally wouldn't forget who Lin Gongzi was. They had been collecting spirit herbs day and night for the sake of that young man. Previously, they had wanted to ask Lin Xian for help, but they had been unable to contact Lin Xian. They hadn't expected that Lin Xian would actually come at this crucial juncture. In an instant, the Bloody Blade monarch and the others were extremely excited as they hurried out. At the same time, the Bloody Blade monarch shouted loudly, "Young master, it's a misunderstanding. We're not targeting you." As he said that, the surrounding array quickly dimmed. Chapter 30:137. Lin Xian was in the main hall. After the battle with the Underworld King on Tianqiong Peak, he had flown towards Giant Armor City. He had finally arrived on this day. When he arrived at the 10,000 herb hall, he felt that it was unusual. Originally, the 10,000 herb hall had been bustling with people. However, it was quiet now. There was not a single person, and the array had even been opened. It was obvious that they were targeting someone. Therefore, Lin Xian had thought that they were targeting him. However, it seemed that this was not the case. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He frowned slightly when he saw the Bloody Blade monarch, Madame Hua, and a group of elders walking towards him. Then he asked, "How many of the spiritual herbs have you collected?" "Young master, we have collected a portion of them." Then the Bloody Blade monarch took out a storage ring respectfully. Lin Xian took it and probed it with his soul. He nodded slightly. Barely enough. However, it wasn't very fast. Everyone trembled when they heard this. Fear appeared in their eyes. They would never forget Lin Xian's methods. The Bloody Blade monarch broke out in a cold sweat. He said, "Young master, it's not that we don't want to hurry and collect them. However, we have encountered some trouble." "Trouble? What kind of trouble? Tell me." Lin Xian put away the storage ring and asked coldly, "Recently, the 10,000 herb hall has been targeted. Therefore, we don't dare to collect spiritual herbs. Not to mention collecting spiritual herbs, we don't even know if we can survive." According to the Bloody Blade monarch, this had happened 200 years ago. Back then, he had used all sorts of methods to climb higher on the martial Tao. Among them, he had gone against someone. At that time, he had used some methods to defeat that person. He had even broken that person's arm. At first, he had thought that person had died 200 years ago. However, he had never expected that person to return today. Moreover, that person had killed his way back from the Purgatory planet. That person's cultivation had surpassed his. He had reached the 9-star Great Circle. It was even said that he had become a disciple of an extremely terrifying half-sage. regardless of whether it was his identity or his strength. He had surpassed the Bloody Blade Monarch. Therefore, that person would naturally seek revenge on the Bloody Blade Monarch. 9-star Great Circle? A half-sage? Lin Xian frowned slightly. What was his name? When will he come? His name is Lone Wolf, and the message he sent me was today. Lone Wolf? Today? Lin Xian coldly snorted. It didn't matter if he was a Great Circle expert or a half-sage disciple. Even a half-sage wouldn't be able to stop him. Don't worry. With me around, Lone Wolf and Half-Saint won't be a threat to you. You just need to focus on gathering spirit herbs for me. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the Bloody Blade Monarch and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was quite terrifying. He had completely surpassed them. It should not be a problem for him to deal with Lone Wolf. Bloody Blade Monarch, it's been 200 years. I didn't expect you to be doing so well. But today I'm here to take your life. A cold and emotionless voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Immediately after, the surrounding void cracked open like a poisonous snake baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, causing one to tremble. Here it comes. In the main hall, the elders and powerhouses of the myriad herb hall trembled. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. The Bloody Blade Monarch's eyelids also twitched. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Lone Wolf, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Furthermore, you have the audacity to provoke me. Today, I'll completely turn you into a dead wolf. With Lin Xian by his side, the Bloody Blade Monarch was naturally filled with confidence. He waved his hand, and the defensive array formation outside opened, creating a vacuum zone. Then, the Bloody Blade Monarch respectfully said to Lin Xian, "Young master, please take a seat." Lin Xian had his hands behind his back as he walked north. Soon, he sat on a blood-red throne. The Bloody Blade Monarch, Madame Hua, and the surrounding elders all carefully accompanied him. Whoosh! Thunder roared in front of them as the void cracked open. A gray figure directly charged into the main hall. It was a man in gray robes. His face was gloomy, and there were 2 scars on his face. His eyes were a strange blue. The blood-red aura on his body was very terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the Bloody Blade Monarch's. It was as if he had crawled out of a boundless sea of blood. This person was the Bloody Blade Monarch's enemy from 200 years ago, Lone Wolf. When Lone Wolf arrived, he looked around. When he saw that the person sitting in the middle wasn't the Bloody Blade Monarch, but a young man, he was slightly stunned. However, he quickly stopped paying attention to him. He had come to kill the Bloody Blade Monarch. So he naturally knew that the other party had sided with the Qi family. In his opinion, Lin Xian should be a young master of the Qi family. Although his status was precious, what about his strength? He simply didn't think much of him. He had come this time to kill the Bloody Blade Monarch and immediately leave the Cloud Returning Planet. No matter how powerful the Qi family was, what could they do to him? If Lin Xian dared obstruct him, he would just kill him with one slash. Thus, his gaze quickly shifted from Lin Xian to the Bloody Blade Monarch. 200 years ago, when you crippled me and even wanted to kill me, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? Today, I will put an end to the 200 years of enmity. Lone Wolf's voice carried a trace of madness. He had probably suffered all kinds of torture over the past 200 years. Back then, he had lost an arm and been chased down. He had been seriously injured and had almost died. Fortunately, he had grasped the opportunity to completely leave the Cloud Returning Planet and come to the extremely terrifying Purgatory Planet. Furthermore, on the Purgatory Planet, he had suffered a lot before finally becoming a disciple of an extremely terrifying half-sage and cultivating a body of remarkable abilities. Now he had reached the Great Circle of the 9-star Great Circle. He felt that the time was right, so he had returned to the Cloud Returning Planet to prepare for revenge. You want to kill me? You don't have that ability. The Bloody Blade Monarch snorted and stepped forward. Although he knew that the other party's cultivation level was higher than his, he naturally wasn't afraid now that Lin Xian was around. Thus, he wanted to test the other party's skills. With a clang, the bloody blade monarch drew his blade. The surrounding sea of blood surged as he charged at Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf sneered. "Peak 9-star? You're no match for me. I'm at the peak of 9-star now." The blood-colored lightning on his body erupted, and a destructive force directly pierced through the sea of blood. At the same time, his fist carried blood-colored runes and rushed out like a volcano erupting. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged blows, and it was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, the 10,000 herb hall was enveloped by an array formation. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to ashes. After 10 moves, the bloody blade monarch was sent flying. His chi and blood were in turmoil, and his arm was blown apart. He spat out a large amount of blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. The two of them were one realm apart. That was the difference between heaven and earth. "Ha ha ha, is this all you've got? Too trashy. Don't worry, I'll catch you and torture you to death bit by bit." Lone Wolf forced the bloody blade monarch back with a punch. He laughed loudly and waved his hand, wanting to grab the bloody blade monarch. Chapter 30:138. The bloody blade monarch kept retreating. At the same time, he roared and attacked. When the 6 elders heard this, they immediately took action. The 6 of them activated the array in an instant. Boom! 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 The 6 of them were like gods of death. They had killing swords on their bodies, and the array emitted countless rays of light. They carried a thunderous aura that pierced through the void. The 6 elders cooperated and quickly attacked Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf roared, "Do you think a mere killing array can do anything to me? Today, I'll let you see the results of my 200 years of cultivation." With an angry roar, Lone Wolf's blood-colored aura spread out, forming a bloody wolf that emitted endless divine light. It raised its head and roared. The moment the blood wolf phantom appeared, it roared and slapped away the golden spear as well as the 6 old men. "It's useless. My current strength far surpasses yours. You are just a bunch of ants. You don't have any ability to resist. Kneel down, and I'll give you a quick death. Whoever dares to stop me will suffer the same fate as the bloody blade monarch. They will suffer 100 years of torture and never be reincarnated." Lone Wolf snorted coldly. The bloody wolf behind him roared and shattered the array around them. The 6 elders were too slow, and their bodies exploded. Only their heads were left. They fled in panic and reassembled in the distance. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. The bloody blade monarch's expression was ugly. Under normal circumstances, they would probably be dead. However, it was different now. He looked at Lin Xian. He wasn't the only one. Madame Hua, as well as the surrounding elders and guards, all looked at Lin Xian. This was because Lin Xian was their last hope. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He didn't care about the previous battle. Instead, he was examining the spiritual herbs in his hands. He even used his soul power to flip through the alchemy sage's notes. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to cultivate. As for Lone Wolf, he didn't care at all. The Underworld King was strong. He had swept across the cloud planet and suppressed everyone. However, he had still been defeated by Lone Wolf. Thus, Lone Wolf was no different from an ant in his eyes. To the side, the Bloody Blade King noticed that Lin Xian had one hand on his chin, seemingly deep in thought. They didn't dare to disturb him and could only be even more respectful. For a moment, the entire hall was silent. When Lone Wolf saw this, he sneered. "Blood Knife, I have to say that you really are trash. I didn't expect you to rely on such a brat. I know that you've been relying on the Qi family all these years. He should be one of the young masters of the Qi family, right? However, it's a pity that you want to use the Qi clan to pressure me. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I don't fear the Qi family at all, because my foundation isn't even on returning Cloud Planet. After I kill you, I'll immediately leave and return to Planet Blood Refinement. Do you think the Qi clan will chase me to the blood refinement star just for you? Hearing that, everyone's expressions changed. The bloody blade monarch snorted coldly. What do you know? How can you understand the young master's strength? At this point, his expression became even more respectful. Gulang snorted and stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you're from the Qi clan, aren't you? Get out of here. This matter has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, if you provoke me, I'll kill you as well. His voice was filled with boundless killing intent. However, Gulang was stunned in next to no time. In the next moment, his expression turned gloomy. He noticed that the young man in front of him was still sitting there with his chin in his hand and didn't react at all. Damn it. Is he asleep? He'd actually been ignored. He couldn't tolerate it. In the past 200 years, he'd gone through endless hardships and finally reached perfection of the 9th star. It could be said that he was at the peak of the king realm. Who would dare to look down on him? Now, a young brat actually dared to look down on him? Even if he was from the Qi clan, he still couldn't. How stubborn. Since it's like this, then die. The bloody blade monarch roared as he drew a gray sword and slashed down. As he slashed down, the bloody blade monarch behind him fused into the sword and transformed into a blood-red rune that descended from the sky with an extremely terrifying, baleful aura. Shit. At this moment, the elders and experts in the surroundings trembled. Even the bloody blade monarch was sweating profusely. Young master, the bloody blade monarch couldn't help but exclaim when he saw that Lin Xian still hadn't moved. At this moment, the sword had already slashed down. It slashed down onto Lin Xian's shoulder. Clang! A thunderous sound resounded as a terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. The bloody blade monarch, Madame Hua, and the elders in the surroundings were all sent flying. They smashed into the hall's formation in the distance and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Shit! They raised their heads and stared straight ahead. He'd hit. A wisp of a smile curled up on the corners of the bloody blade monarch's mouth. He could already see the young man's body being slashed into two. However, in the next moment, his smile froze and he even became terrified. Impossible! Damn it! How could this be? His attack had indeed struck the young man's body, but the young man's body hadn't split open. There wasn't even a crack on it, let alone any blood. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that his entire arm had gone numb. It was as if this move hadn't struck a human body but a mountain. As he watched in horror, the gray sword in his hand emitted cracking sounds before it was covered in cracks. With a clang, the sword split into pieces. Broken. Lone Wolf's face turned green. His treasured sword had actually been broken. What kind of person was this? What kind of physique was this? At this moment, Lone Wolf was extremely horrified. In the distance, the bloody blade monarch and the others were dumbfounded as they swallowed their saliva. They knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, but they didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. That was a powerful attack from a 9-star, great perfection stage expert. Even if all of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to block it. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He blocked the attack with his physical strength alone. This was too heaven-defying. Lin Xian frowned slightly as his soul left the black earth. In the next moment, he raised his head and looked ahead at the terrified Lone Wolf. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light immediately struck the young man's body. With a bang, the young man's heart was pierced and a bloody hole appeared. Ah! Lone Wolf was struck to the ground as he screamed like a madman. However, at his level, a broken heart wasn't a big deal. He could just heal it. However, in the next moment, he was horrified to discover that his heart couldn't heal at all. Even the bloody hole couldn't heal. He felt that the vitality in his body was rapidly draining away. Damn it, what kind of technique was this? The person in front of him was definitely very terrifying. Lone Wolf's life experience told him that the young man in front of him wasn't someone he could provoke. Therefore, his soul instantly left his body and flew into the distance. He was about to fly out of the hall. Humph! However, A golden flame flew out of Lin Xian's eyes and instantly enveloped his soul. Chapter 30, 139. Ah! Lone Wolf's soul twisted and tumbled in the air. Soon there was no more sound. The entire hall was quiet, and there was only a corpse lying there. The Bloody Blade monarch, Madame Hua, and the other elders were all stunned. Was Lone Wolf dead? They didn't dare to believe it. That was a consummate 9 stars. Previously, no one had been able to suppress him with such power. However, Lin Xian merely moved his finger and glanced at him, and he was dead. Young master. The Bloody Blade monarch and the others stood up and looked at Lin Xian with trembling eyes. Lin Xian stood up from his blood-colored throne and said coldly with his hands behind his back, "All right, Lone Wolf is dead. No one can threaten you anymore. You just have to collect the spiritual herbs for me. If you're as slow as you are now, don't blame me for not letting you off." He then glanced at the Bloody Blade monarch. The Bloody Blade monarch knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Don't worry, young master. I'll do my best to collect the spiritual herbs." Madame Hua and the other elders also knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves. It was too terrifying. They couldn't resist at all. The other party had killed a peak 9-star king as easily as killing ants. If he wanted to kill them, it would only take a blink of an eye. "All right, get up." Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Get rid of the corpse. Also, is there a secret room for cultivation? Give me one. I want to cultivate in seclusion here." "Yes, I'll prepare it for young master." The Bloody Blade monarch and the others hurriedly prepared. Soon, Lin Xian entered the best secret room. He set up a formation and sat down cross-legged. His current priority was to collect the spiritual herbs for the breakthrough sage pill. However, he had already handed this matter to the Myriad Herb Hall and Wangong. Therefore, he only needed to wait and collect the herbs when the time came. There was one more thing, which was the Tianfeng Pavilion's gathering. However, it seemed like it would take a month or 2. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to cultivate again during this time. At the same time, Lin Xian instructed the Bloody Blade monarch to pay attention to the Tianfeng Pavilion. When the Tianfeng Pavilion had news, he would inform him. A month later, Lin Xian received the news and opened his eyes. He stood up and walked out of the secret room. After a month of cultivation, his cultivation had become even more stable. "Young master, the Tianfeng Pavilion is about to open," Bloody Blade monarch said respectfully from outside. At the same time, he took out another storage ring. These were the spiritual herbs he had collected over the past month. Other than a few precious herbs that he couldn't collect for the time being, the rest of the spiritual herbs were all here. Lin Xian nodded slightly after probing with his soul spirit. There were a total of 200 stalks. Including the 100 stalks he had collected earlier, he now had over 300 stalks. In addition to the 300 stalks in Lin Xian's hands, it could be said that he had already collected half of the materials needed for the breakthrough sage pill. Of course, this was only the first batch. Thus, he ordered that 2 more batches of the same type of spiritual medicine be gathered for him. "Don't worry, I won't mistreat you if you follow me. After the matter is settled, I will help you defeat the other 2 spirit herb giants of Great Armor City and let you be the sole ruler." Upon hearing this, the Bloody Blade monarch's eyes burned with passion. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and thanked young master. The other 2 giants weren't any weaker than the 10,000 herb hall. Furthermore, they were supported by large families. It could be said that it would be very difficult for him to move there. However, things would be different if he had Lin Xian with him. Next, the Bloody Blade monarch continued to collect herbs. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He wondered how Wangong and the other large families were doing. Last time, there were a total of 8 disciples from large families. Given the strength of these families, they should be able to collect half of the herbs. This way, he would more or less be able to collect 1 stalk of spiritual medicine. Of course, there were about 10 stalks of spiritual medicine that were very precious. It wouldn't be easy to collect them in a short period of time. However, he wasn't afraid. He still had a trump card, which was the Qi family. As long as he cured the Qi family patriarch's injuries, the Qi family would definitely repay him. When the time came, he could ask for those few stalks of spiritual medicine as compensation. Given the Qi family strength, it wouldn't be difficult to collect those few stalks of spiritual medicine. To be honest, it wouldn't be a problem for Lin Xian to collect them himself. However, he didn't have that much energy. Moreover, he didn't have that much time. Although they might not meet on the ancient star path, everyone was racing against time. Whoever was one step ahead might be ahead for a lifetime. Therefore, whenever Lin Xian had the chance, he would try his best to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth and comprehend the Pill Saint's notes. As for things like collecting spiritual medicine, he would leave it to his subordinates. However, Lin Xian's forces were all in the true spirit world. He couldn't bring the people of the immortal palace to the ancient star path. Therefore, he could only use force to subdue them on the spot and use them for his own use. What good pill cauldrons are there in the Tianfeng Pavilion? Can they pique my interest? He narrowed his eyes and left the 1,000 Herb Hall. He didn't go to the Tianfeng Pavilion to play. Nailin Yanran had told him that a very magical pill cauldron would appear there, and if he wanted to refine pills in the future, he would need a pill cauldron. Therefore, this time he was going there for the pill cauldron. At night, the stars twinkled and the moonlight was bright. A large river surged, reflecting the moonlight like swimming fish. On both sides of the river were 2 towering mountains. The spiritual qi on the mountains was abundant. Tiger roars and ape cries could be heard from time to time. Between the 2 mountains was a palace that looked like a heavenly palace. It was brightly lit inside. The light even shone down to the 9 heavens. This was the Tianfeng Pavilion. At this moment, the Tianfeng Pavilion could be said to be very lively. On the 2 mountains, strange beasts stopped in the surrounding void, roaring ferociously. There were also war chariots and spirit boats. Every one of them was very extraordinary. At this moment, figures walked down from these strange beasts, spirit boats, and war chariots. Most of them were young people. They were outstanding and had strong auras. There was even a hint of arrogance between their brows. Needless to say, these were all genius disciples of big families. At this moment, they were naturally here to participate in the Tianfeng Pavilion's grand meeting. Outside the Tianfeng Pavilion, there was a woman standing there. This woman was dressed in white. Her beautiful hair fell to her shoulders. Her skin was like the finest jade. The geniuses of the big families and sacred grounds looked over from time to time. Yanran, why are you still standing outside? Hurry up and go in. A few beautiful women walked over. It turned out that this white-clothed woman was Nailin Yanran. She seemed to be waiting for someone. Her companions around her also noticed. Are you waiting for someone? Nailin Yanran came back to her senses and winked playfully. He should be coming. She wanted to wait a little longer, but she was pulled into the Tianfeng Pavilion by her companions. More and more people walked into the Tianfeng Pavilion. These young geniuses met each other, greeted each other, and then started to talk. Among them, many were talking about the battle at Tianqiong Peak. Chapter 3140. Have you heard? That Nether King is very powerful. I was on the battlefield at that time. Within 1,000,000 miles of the void, entering is death. What? Is he really that powerful? Although that battle attracted countless people to watch, Cloud Return Planet was so vast with billions of living beings. Not everyone went to watch the battle. Most people had only heard of the legends. Now that they heard that someone was there in person, they were naturally interested. In an instant, everyone surrounded him. That's right. I heard that even Gao Peng was defeated. Is that true? It's said that Lin Wudi defeated the Nether King. Who is he? Which sect is he from? Do you know what that Lin Wudi looks like? The young man who was surrounded scratched his head and said with a smile, Well, actually, I wasn't there at that time. My grandfather was there. But my grandfather told me when he came back. I guarantee that he didn't miss a single detail. TSK. Hearing that, many people curled their lips. My father was still there. What's the use of that? We didn't see it with our own eyes. These people shook their heads and discussed. At times they were very excited, and at times they were very nervous. In short, the name Linwoody had spread. Of course, there were also people who snorted coldly. What Linwoody? He was too arrogant. Did he really think that he was invincible after defeating the Nether King? How could it be that simple? The world was so big, and there were so many geniuses who dared to call themselves invincible in the cosmos. Hearing that, many people were very unhappy, although they knew that Linwoody was a supreme existence who had defeated the Nether King. Who dared to refute that? However, when they saw the person who spoke, their bodies trembled, and a look of shock appeared in their eyes. Chun Rafeng, the young master of the Chun family, his identity and strength were very terrifying. It could be said that he was very dazzling among these geniuses. Of course, compared to Gao Peng and the Nether King, he was far inferior. After all, those two were geniuses who had comprehended almost the Tao. However, geniuses like Gao Peng and the Nether King were too far away from these people. Therefore, in their eyes, this Chun Rafeng was more intimidating. After all, he was alive and well in front of them, and people like Linwoody only existed in legends. That's right, Linwoody was just a legend. You dare to be arrogant in front of our young Master Chin? Be careful, we'll beat you down. Chun Rafeng was surrounded by a group of young people. They were like stars surrounding the moon, with Chun Rafeng in the center. Chun Rafeng waved his hand. All right, this is a grand event. Don't fight. As he spoke, he raised his head and arrogantly walked forward. Soon his eyes lit up. Yanran. When she saw Naylin Yanran standing there, she immediately went up to her. Wow, it's young Master Chen. Seeing Chun Rafeng walking over, the women around Naylin Yanran also smiled like flowers and hurriedly greeted him. They couldn't wait to throw themselves into his arms. Chun Rafeng was the young master of the Chens, a terrifying existence. Although they were also disciples of large families, their families could not compare to Qinjiao at all. Chun Rafeng was naturally happy to see these beauties. However, his gaze still landed on Naylin Yanran. Naylin Yanran had an ethereal temperament. This temperament was not present in the women around her. Therefore, Chun Rafeng was very interested in Naylin Yanran. However, Naylin Yanran was not very interested in Chun Rafeng. She was not interested in him in the past, and even less so now. She was always absent-minded because she was thinking about someone. Although she did not know who that person was, his skills and elegance were far superior to everyone in the hall. He wasn't someone that Chun Rafeng could compare to. Yanran, young Master Chin is here to see you. Why are you so absent-minded? Those women naturally knew what Chun Rafeng was thinking, so they hurriedly pulled Yanran over to chat. Yanran smiled politely as she held the glass of wine made by the subservient nerves. However, she was thinking in her heart, would he come or not? At this moment, a lone boat was flying quickly in the surging river outside Tianfeng Pavilion. A figure was standing on the boat with his hands behind his back. He was unsure. There was a white Xiao Ho on his shoulder. It was eating spirit fruits while blinking its big black, gem-like eyes. I know, we're almost there. The young man in red was Lin Xian. He rubbed Xiao Bai's head and looked into the distance. Between the two mountains there was a dazzling glow. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. This must be the Tianfeng Pavilion. With a sway of his body, he rose into the air and flew into the distance. Soon he arrived in front of Tianfeng Pavilion. Sure enough, Tianfeng Pavilion required an invitation. However, Lin Xian was invited in after he mentioned Qi Siyu's name. After entering, Lin Xian was surprised by the number of people. The hall was very vast and decorated splendidly. There were all kinds of spirit wines and spirit fruits. Geniuses were walking and chatting. Lin Xian's arrival did not attract much attention. He was unsure. The white monkey's eyes flickered when it saw the spirit fruits around. It swayed its body and rushed over quickly, like a flash of white lightning. It took more than 10 fruits in an instant and hugged them in its arms. This scene caused many people to exclaim, "Wow, it's so fast. What's that?" "It's a cute little monkey." When they saw the white monkey land on Lin Xian's shoulder, they all turned their heads. Xiao Bai picked up the spirit fruit and took a bite. Immediately, it showed a very disdainful look and threw away all the spirit fruits. It even spat out its saliva. "This little monkey is so cute. No way, these are all top-grade spirit fruits. This guy doesn't like them? What a waste." Hearing this, Xiao Bai was disdainful. Top-grade spirit fruits? What a joke! The trashiest spirit fruits it ate in the black earth were better than the best ones here. Although Tianfeng Pavilion was powerful and provided good spirit fruits, it was only in the eyes of these people. How could Lin Xian and the white monkey be ordinary? Xiao Bai was a treasure hunter, and Lin Xian was even more powerful. One of the spirit fruits in their hands was enough to shock these geniuses. Xiao Bai's cute performance attracted the attention of many women. They came over one after another, wanting to exchange with Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian ignored them. "What a joke! Xiao Bai is my friend." "Who is this person? He's so cold." "I don't know. Could it be that he's a disciple of some large family?" These people also discussed spiritedly when they saw Lin Xian's cool expression. They couldn't see Lin Xian's depth, but Lin Xian was very handsome, so it attracted the interest of these women. Lin Xian looked around, picked up a cup of spirit wine from the table, and drank a mouthful. He stood there as if he was incompatible with the surroundings. "It seems that I'll have to wait for some time before I'll display that noble pill cauldron. Let's wait for a while before that." He didn't have the intention to chat with the crowd. This scene was even stranger in the eyes of the people around. In their opinion, this was a strange person. Suddenly, the crowd turned their gazes away from Lin Xian and looked to the front. There were even quite a few people who started screaming. Chapter 30, 141. "Look, it's Chen Rafeng and Nailin Yanran. Wow, these two are really a match made in heaven. What are you talking about? The two of them aren't in that kind of relationship. So what? With young Master Chen's means, he can get any beauty he wants. Nailin Yanran will be his sooner or later." Chen Rafeng was the young master of the Qin family, and he was very talented. He had reached the peak of 9-star at the age of 100 years old. He would probably reach the great perfection in a few decades. A great perfection at the age of 100 years old. That was an extremely terrifying existence. In the future, it was very likely that he would become an existence like Gao Feng. Everyone was discussing, although they were all from the younger generation. These people were different from Lin Xian. Lin Xian was a real young man, whereas Qin Rafeng was 100 years old. However, the people around him didn't care. So what if he was 500 years old? To them, he was still a young man. Wow, he's a future top genius. Nailin Yanran's life is worth it to be able to befriend such a person. Many women were very envious. After Lin Xian heard that, his brows twitched. Nailin Yanran? Is she that person? He remembered that when he was with Feng Hao, there was a woman in black called Nailin Yanran. However, he didn't know if it was that person or someone with the same name. At the next moment, he also looked forward. The crowd in front of him dispersed, and two figures walked over. One of them was a woman in white. She was ethereal and had a beautiful face. Behind her followed a group of pursuers, and standing next to her was a tall young man. He was wearing a silver armor that shone brightly. Countless people looked up to him like a god of war. The two of them seemed to be a match made in heaven. Qin Rafeng was very happy. Everyone present was a genius and a disciple of a large family, but these people had to respect him. Moreover, What made him even happier was the beauty beside him, Nalin Yenran. After tonight, the relationship between the two of them would probably take another step forward. By then, he might be able to take her down in one fell swoop. None of the women that he, Chin Rafeng, had ever been able to escape from his grasp. While thinking about it, he frowned. That was because he realized that there was a figure in front of him who didn't move aside but blocked their path. This made Chin Rafeng extremely displeased. Who was so bold as to block his path? Naturally, the others also saw this scene and immediately began to discuss. Who is this person? How arrogant! How dare he block Chin Rafeng? You're courting death. Could it be that it was an extremely noble person? I know. I asked him a lot of questions just now, but he didn't answer. He's a weirdo. However, they realized that no one recognized the red-clothed young man in front of them. As far as they were concerned, the red-clothed young man was dead for sure. Chin Rafeng stopped and frowned. He glanced behind him. The followers behind him immediately reacted and walked forward, intending to berate him coldly. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. Not only them, but Chin Rafeng and the others were also stunned. Nalin Yenran, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, suddenly exclaimed. Then she revealed her brightest smile. Lin Gongzi, it's you. She lifted her feet and ran over to Lin Xian's side. She was so excited that she almost jumped into Lin Xian's arms. Lin Gongzi, is it really you? Am I dreaming? Nalin Yenran was too excited. She had been waiting for Lin Xian, but she didn't see him at all. In her opinion, perhaps he didn't come here. However, she didn't expect to see Lin Xian again. The surrounding people opened their mouths wide. Oh my God, who is that person? He knows Nalin Yenran. I've never seen Nalin Yenran with such an expression before. No way, Nalin Yenran is about to jump into his arms. How is that possible? Everyone felt their minds go blank. The Nalin Yenran they knew was a goddess who looked warm on the outside, but her heart was 1,000 miles away. It could be said that no one could enter her heart. Even Chin Rafeng could only hover around her and couldn't take a step forward. That made everyone realize that it wasn't easy to win over this goddess. But now, Nalin Yenran was showing such enthusiasm to an unfamiliar young man. That made everyone feel that their brains weren't enough to process it, especially Chin Rafeng. After the initial shock, his face completely darkened. There was a trace of extremely terrifying, murderous intent in his eyes. So much so that the surrounding air almost froze. When the others felt the terrifying, murderous intent, they were also startled awake. Immediately, they looked at Lin Xian and sneered. This kid dares to snatch eldest young Master Chen's woman? He's definitely dead. That's right. Chin Rafeng is such a genius. How can this kid compare to him? He'll definitely end up in a miserable state. In the crowd, there were two people who were equally shocked. They quickly walked out. They came to Lin Xian's side. It's really you. Fang Ping was shocked. Fang Hao had an excited expression. Brother Lin, we meet again. Long time no see. Lin Xian greeted the three of them with a smile. Little White, who was on his shoulder, also made faces at the three of them. The four of them chatted in front as if there was no one else around. They completely ignored the people around them. Chin Rafeng's face darkened even more. He snorted coldly. It was like a clap of thunder that exploded in the surroundings. Immediately, Fang Hao, Qing Qing, and the others' expressions changed. Nalin Yenran was also shocked. Then, as if she remembered something, she quickly turned around. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He raised his head and glanced at the other party. Then he stopped paying attention. Great perfection, stage 9 stars? Not long ago, he killed one with a wave of his hand. Chin Rafeng snorted coldly, but he didn't immediately get angry. Instead, he asked with a smile, Yenran, is this your friend? Why don't you introduce him? After Nalin Yenran heard that, she took a deep breath and said with a smile, This is my good friend, Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi, this is Chin Rafeng, young Master Chin. At the same time, she quickly sent a voice transmission. Qin Rufeng is the eldest young master of the Qin family. His strength and background have completely surpassed Wan Gong. Obviously, Nalin Yanran was reminding Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi? Which family is Lin Gongzi from? Which Lin family? Qin Rufeng asked coldly. Of course, he had heard of the Lin family. However, he didn't know when Lin Xian had such a young master. How dare he offend him? However, Lin Xian didn't answer him at all. He didn't even bother to respond. He looked at Nalin Yanran. By the way, you said that a top-grade alchemy cauldron appeared here last time. When did it appear? Lin Xian came to Tianfeng Pavilion for only one purpose. That was to see the top-grade alchemy cauldron and then get it. As for young Master Qin, what the hell was that? Chapter 3142. Lin Gongzi. I'm afraid you'll have to wait a while for the cauldron. Nalin Yanran did not expect that Lin Xian actually ignored Qin Rufeng. She was shocked. The surrounding people were also stunned. Oh heavens, this kid is going to cause trouble. He actually dared to ignore young Master Qin. Just you wait. Ignoring Qin Rufeng, he'll definitely end up miserable. Sure enough, Qin Rufeng was trembling all over. His eyes emitted an extremely cold light. The surrounding void was about to shatter. Kid, I'm asking you a question. His roar was like a clap of thunder. Many people trembled and almost fainted from the shock. Even Nalin Yanran, Qing Qing, Feng Hao, and the others were also affected. However, Lin Xian did not seem to be affected at all. He gently waved his hand and helped Yanran and the others block the energy impact. Then he shook the wine cup in his hand. Whose dog is barking here? Clang! As soon as he said that, many people's wine cups all fell to the ground. However, they were all made with good quality nerves, so they would not break. However, the continuous collision sound kept echoing in the main hall. Everyone was stunned. Many people were even about to pee in their pants. Oh heavens, what is this kid saying? He actually dared to call Qin Rufeng a dog? He wants to die. It's over. Something big will definitely happen today. Thinking about it, it's really exciting. Many people were immediately interested. For these young masters of the aristocratic families, no one dared to provoke them. Now that they met someone who didn't know what was good for him, it was very refreshing. Of course, they knew that Lin Xian's ending would be very miserable. After hearing that, Qin Rufeng was immediately angry. A terrifying aura appeared on his body, shattering the surrounding void. The formation of Tianfeng Pavilion began to flicker unsteadily. The expressions of the followers behind Qin Rufeng changed. They shouted loudly, "Damn it, you dare to insult young Master Qin? Hurry up and kneel down and slap him. If you don't calm young Master Qin down today, don't walk out of Tianfeng Pavilion alive." These people roared together like thunder. The surrounding people's expressions changed instantly. Everyone distanced themselves from Lin Xian for fear of being implicated. They watched from afar. Only Lin Xian, Nalin Yanran, Qing Qing, and Feng Hao were left. Nalin Yanran's face turned extremely pale. Qing Qing and Feng Hao were also stunned. This was especially so for Qing Qing. She hurriedly transmitted a message to Lin Gongzi. Don't act recklessly. This Qin Rufeng is very terrifying. He's not someone Wan Gong and the others can compare to. Even the Bloody Blade monarch had to be careful when he saw him, because his identity was too unusual. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He poured another cup of wine and gently swirled the glowing wine in his hand. You don't have the right to know my identity. For the sake of Nalin Yanran, I will spare your life today. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Good boy. I've never seen anyone who dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Qin Rufeng laughed. He did not make a move immediately because those who were able to enter this place were mostly people of status, and it was impossible for them not to know his identity. Since the other party dared to be so arrogant despite knowing his identity, it meant that he had something to rely on. Although Qin Rufeng was arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He had to figure out the other party's identity before acting according to his identity. Kid, show me your family. Let me see if you have the right to go against me. Lin Xian ignored him. In his opinion, there were just a few ants jumping in front of him. If he wasn't happy, he could kill them at any time. How dare such a person ask about his identity? What a joke! No, Lin Xian didn't answer, but the others thought that he was afraid. A few girls beside Qin Rufeng also asked in a coquettish voice, Yanran, what is the identity of your friend? Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. In their opinion, Lin Xian must be the young master of a top family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Nailin Yanran hesitated for a long time before she finally gritted her teeth and said softly, Lin Gongzi was a rogue cultivator. He was very powerful. Clang! The wine cups in everyone's hands fell to the ground again. Their mouths were agape. What? A rogue cultivator? The followers behind Qin Rufeng were also stunned. Then they hugged their stomachs and bent over in laughter. Ha 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 ha! I'm dying of laughter. He's actually a rogue cultivator. Damn it. I thought he was a genius from a top sacred ground. I didn't expect him to be a hothead. He probably doesn't even know who we are. That's for sure. If he knew who we were, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. He would have peed his pants and knelt on the ground. Oh no, I'm laughing so hard that tears are coming out. Those people stood out and pointed at Lin Xian and sneered. Kid, do you know who we are? Hurry up and kneel. You're just a rogue cultivator. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of us? The others laughed too, but soon they couldn't laugh anymore. Lin Xian's face darkened. Suddenly, a gust of wind condensed into a few light palms and slapped the clowns in front of him away. With a bang, those people's teeth were broken and their faces deformed. All of them knelt on the ground and felt dizzy. Some of them even fainted. Seeing this scene, everyone's laughter stopped abruptly. They widened their eyes in disbelief. Heavens! This person dared to attack? And he dared to hit those people. One had to know that although those people were only Qin Rufeng's followers, their status was not low. They were all young masters of large families. In fact, some of their families were not weaker than the Chen family. However, those people were not direct descendants. They were only disciples of the side family. However, hitting them was equivalent to slapping their families in the face. How could the families behind them let it go? More importantly, although those people were arrogant, they had the right to be arrogant. They were all 9-star kings. The other party had only glanced at them and injured them. His strength was not to be underestimated. Nailin Yanran, Qing Qing, and the others were also shocked. However, Lin Xian acted as if he had done something insignificant. Noisy! If you dare shout in front of me again, I'll obliterate you. Everyone swallowed their saliva. The martialists behind Qin Rufeng did not dare to be arrogant anymore. They all looked at Qin Rufeng. They knew that Qin Rufeng would definitely not let this matter go. Sure enough, Qin Rufeng's face was extremely gloomy. Killing intent surged from his body. This aura was so terrifying that it caused the surrounding space to shatter quickly. Kid, you actually dared to attack me in front of me and hit my people? How dare a mere rogue cultivator be so arrogant in front of me? I'll give you one last chance. Kneel. I can leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, when I make my move, I'm afraid you'll regret being born in this world. Chapter 30, 143. Are you threatening me now? Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said nonchalantly, You know Gao Peng, right? You've heard of the Nether King, right? Even the two of them don't dare to be arrogant in front of me. Who do you think you are? The moment these words came out, everyone was scared silly. Many people even rolled their eyes. In their view, Lin Xian was seriously too arrogant, and the more arrogant he was, the more unreasonable it became. Who was Gao Peng? That was a group of elite prodigies at the peak of Cloud Return Planet. That was someone who had comprehended power, close to Tao. Such a person was absolutely high and mighty. Perhaps all the geniuses in their entire great hall combined could not compare to one of his fingers. And the Nether King was even more terrifying. In a short few days, he swept through Cloud Return Planet, suppressing everyone until they could not raise their heads. Even Gao Peng was defeated at his hands. If not for the mysterious Lin Wudi, probably no one would be able to suppress the Nether King now. It was impossible for Chen Rafeng to know these two people, but he had definitely heard of them. In front of such an existence, he probably did not even have the possibility of resisting. However, he did not believe Lin Xian's words at all. Such a prodigy would fear this youth in front of him? What a joke! Kid, I didn't expect you to be so reckless. Since you're courting death, I can fulfill your wish. Seeing that you're an itinerant cultivator, you probably don't know my identity, right? Let me tell you, I, Qin Rafeng, am the eldest son of the Qin family. My current realm is at the Great Circle of 9 stars, and I just turned 100 years old. My strength is even more powerful. In the same rank, few are my match. Even those older generation figures are inferior to me. Before long, I'll comprehend power close to Tao and reach half-sage realm. And at that time, I'm very likely only around 500 years old. Do you think you have the qualifications to contend with me? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. It was indeed so. Qin Rafeng was like Gao Peng back then. In 400 to 500 years, he could absolutely comprehend power close to Tao. That way, he would be the next Gao Peng. In the future, he could also slaughter his way onto the ancient starry sky path. They could not afford to provoke such a prodigy. This itinerant cultivator in front of them was simply reckless. Neilin Yanran, Feng Hao, and Qingqing were also extremely nervous. Although they knew that Lin Xian was so powerful that even the Bloody Blade King was afraid of him, they still didn't know how powerful he was. However, the Bloody Blade Monarch was nothing in front of Chen Rafeng. Both sides were not on the same level. Therefore, they were now worried about Lin Xian. Lin Xian, however, had a look of disdain on his face. Only after a few hundred years would one be able to comprehend a power that was close to the Tao. Such a person was too trashy. After all, he had already comprehended 2 powers that were close to the Tao. Shaking his head, Lin Xian was disappointed. I thought you were some sort of genius, but I didn't expect that you would need several hundred years to catch my eye. The difference was too great. If your Chun clan's patriarch was here, he might barely be able to talk to me. Courting death. Brat, you have thoroughly infuriated me. How dare you provoke my Chun family? What kind of status did the patriarch of the Chun clan have? How dare the other party be so arrogant? He took a step forward, and his aura erupted like a volcano. A terrifying light enveloped the entire space. Everyone was trembling in fear. It was over. Qin Rafeng was enraged. It would be hard to calm down a top genius like him. Perhaps the brat opposite him would be skinned alive. As Chen Rufeng's aura erupted, the array formation of Tianfeng Pavilion was completely activated. Countless figures gathered here. At the same time, an old man descended from the sky. Who was this? Who dared to make a move in Tianfeng Pavilion? It was the Pavilion Guardian Elder of Tianfeng Pavilion. Countless people screamed. This was a big shot of Tianfeng Pavilion. The forces behind Tianfeng Pavilion were complicated and terrifying. Even Chen Rafeng did not dare to be too presumptuous. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. They did not even dare to breathe loudly when they saw the old man. Chen Rafeng also retracted his aura, nodded slightly at the old man, and said proudly, I am Chen Rafeng of the Chen clan. So it's young Master Chen. The Pavilion Guardian Elder smiled. Who dared to provoke young Master Chen? The attitude of the Pavilion Protector Elder caused huge waves in the surrounding people's eyes. Qin Rufeng's followers sneered. Did you see that? This was their young master Qin. Even the pavilion guardian elder had to give him face. The others were shocked. Qin Rufing's identity was so terrifying. He would definitely die. Qing Qing, Fong Hao, and Nalin Yanran's expressions changed drastically. Oh no, Lin Gongzi, why don't we leave? Yeah, there's nothing to attend in Tianfeng Pavilion. Why don't we have a gathering outside? The three of them naturally wanted to drag Lin Xian away. After all, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for Lin Xian. Qin Rufing took the lead and fixed his gaze on the few of them. He pointed at Lin Xian and said coldly, "This guy provoked me and even dared to attack the people around me. He has completely broken the rules of Tianfeng Pavilion. More importantly, he's just a rogue cultivator." Brother Tianfeng invited the top geniuses of the big clans. What right does a rogue cultivator like him have to enter? The pavilion protector elder frowned as soon as he said that. The guards beside him also emitted cold light as countless auras locked onto Lin Xian. The people around him were already trembling. However, the pavilion guardian elder frowned. The guards he brought were all elites. In addition to his aura, even a 9-star king would be scared out of his wits. However, the other party was still calm and composed. There was no panic in his aura, which made him feel incredulous. This person was not simple. However, so what if he was not simple? Tianfeng Pavilion had never been afraid of anyone. More importantly, the other party had offended Qin Rufing. Therefore, the pavilion guardian elder quickly stood on Qin Rufing's side. He asked coldly, "May I know which clan you are from? Can you show me your identity?" "I'm a rogue cultivator. You don't have to ask," Lin Xian said indifferently. "What? He's really a rogue cultivator." Hearing the other party admit it, the surrounding people were in an uproar. The corners of Qin Rufing's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Since the other party had taken the initiative to admit it, then things would be easier. Humph! The pavilion guardian elder's face darkened. How dare a rogue cultivator cause trouble in Tianfeng Pavilion? How dare a rogue cultivator barge into Tianfeng Pavilion and disturb the order of Tianfeng Pavilion in public? Men, take him down! The pavilion protecting elder shouted angrily. 6 martial artists walked over and surrounded Lin Xian with their long sabers clanging in their hands. Seeing this, Fong Hao pulled out his long sword. Who dares to touch Brother Lin? Lin Xian was his savior. Now that Lin Xian was in trouble, he naturally had to help him. Qing Qing's face was pale. However, she sighed and did not leave. Perhaps her presence here could make Tianfeng Pavilion fear her. "Nalin," Yanran exclaimed. Lin Gongzi was not an ordinary rogue cultivator. He was strong and definitely a genius. Moreover, even Bloody Blade Monarch of Thousand Herb Hall was in awe of him. Chapter 30, 144. Bloody Blade Monarch? Many people's expressions changed when they heard that. However, Qin Rufing and the Pavilion Guardian Elder looked disdainful. They didn't care about the Bloody Blade Monarch. Even if the Bloody Blade Monarch came personally, he wouldn't dare to be impudent in front of them. "Kid, is this your trump card? Bloody Blade Monarch? That's scary. Let me tell you, even the Bloody Blade Monarch has to bow down in front of me. He wouldn't dare to provoke me. Provoking me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life." Qin Rufing revealed a devilish smile. "Don't worry, I won't kill you easily. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead." Qin Rufing laughed loudly. The Pavilion Guardian Elder shouted coldly, "Take him away!" "No, you can't move." Fong Hao and Qing Qing went forward, but were beaten back. They weren't a match for these experts at all. Nalin Yanran also stood in front of Lin Xian, but she was still restrained by the array. The strength of the Tianfeng Pavilion wasn't something they could contend against. The surrounding people looked at this scene and sneered. This brat really didn't know what was good for him. First, he offended young Master Qin. Now, he dared to offend the Tianfeng Pavilion. If he offended one of them, he would be dead. If he offended two of them, it wouldn't be easy even if he wanted to die. While they were discussing, the 6 experts had already surrounded Lin Xian and locked him in place. Lin Xian didn't care at all. A cold light flashed in his eyes. These people dared to attack him? In that case, he didn't mind tearing down the entire Tianfeng pavilion. Then he would forcefully take away the pill cauldron. In the sky, 6 large palms covered the sky and grabbed at Lin Xian. A great battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, a cold voice was heard from afar. Who dares to attack? As soon as the voice was heard, the array changed rapidly and instantly pierced through the 6 large palms in the sky. At the same time, rays of light surrounded Lin Xian and protected him. This shocking change made everyone dumbfounded. Qin Rufeng was stunned, but the pavilion protecting elder frowned. What was going on? Was there someone who could use the array? Who was it? He was a member of Tianfeng Pavilion. Humph, I want to see who dares to stop me. In the next moment, he turned his head to look, and the others followed suit. But soon they were stunned. That was because they saw a beautiful, blue-clothed woman walking over from afar. At this moment, there was a trace of coldness and killing intent on his face. The pavilion protector elder was originally very angry, but when he saw this young woman, his body trembled and his expression changed instantly. Second Miss, why are you here? Although he was the pavilion guardian elder of Tianfeng Pavilion and had great strength, he was only in Tianfeng Pavilion. Even the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion had to be extremely respectful to him, because the person who came was the second daughter of the Qi family. Although their brother Tianfeng was powerful, he was just one of the businesses under the Qi family. The second miss could be said to be his master. Although he wasn't afraid of the second young mistress with his strength as a pavilion guardian elder, he still had the backing of the Qi clan. Any expert elder would be able to kill him. Therefore, the pavilion guardian elder didn't dare to be impudent in front of the second miss at all. Second miss? What second miss? The surrounding people were stunned. Many of them didn't know her, because their status wasn't high enough. Qin Rufeng's expression changed, and he quickly cupped his fists with a smile. So it's the second miss of the Qi family. I'm Qin Rufeng. We've met once before. What? The second miss of the Qi family. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people gasped. They didn't expect the second miss of the Qi family to be here. Behind Tianfeng Pavilion was the Qi family. The second miss of the Qi family was equivalent to the master of Tianfeng Pavilion. Even the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion had to bow to her. They didn't expect such a powerful figure to be here. Everyone was amazed. Although they were disciples of large families, they were much more insignificant compared to the Qi family. Qin Rufeng had a smile on his face that he thought was handsome, but his mind was racing. In terms of appearance, the second miss of the Qi family was even better than Nailin Yanran. Her status was far above Nailin Yanran's. If he could get his hands on such a woman, then his status and strength would change drastically in the future. Therefore, Qin Rufeng's heart was burning. He even wanted to walk up to the second miss of the Qi family, but the next moment he was stunned, because he found that the second miss of the Qi family didn't pay attention to him at all. She didn't even look at him. Instead, she went directly to Lin Xian's side and asked carefully and anxiously, "Lin Gongzi, are you all right? Are you hurt? What?" This scene was like a clap of thunder that stunned everyone. Why was the second miss of the Qi family so nervous? Moreover, he was so careful, and even had a trace of respect. Heavens, who the hell is this kid? Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was just a rogue cultivator who sneaked in. But now they were suspicious. How could a rogue cultivator make the second miss of the Qi family so respectful? Qin Rufeng was stunned, and his face turned ugly. The guards of Tianfeng Pavilion felt their scalps go numb. The pavilion guardian elders' pupils shrank. The surrounding people were in an uproar. At this moment, the few young martial artists behind Qin Rufeng couldn't stand it anymore and said anxiously, Second Miss, this guy is a liar. He injured us and ignored the rules of Tianfeng Pavilion. He's about to be taken down by Tianfeng Pavilion. Second Miss, you must punish him severely. That's right. Qin Rufeng also took out a folding fan and waved it gently. There were endless runes on the folding fan. It was obviously a top-grade magic treasure. This guy is really disrupting the order of Tianfeng Pavilion. I'm catching him with the Pavilion Guardian Elder. I didn't expect the second miss to come. It's really... Before he could finish, Qi Siyu turned her head coldly and shouted coldly, "Shut up!" Qin Rufeng's hand froze in midair. The smile on his face instantly became extremely ugly. A cold killing intent emerged in his heart. She dared to scold him? No one had ever dared to scold him like this. But in an instant his killing intent quickly disappeared. The other party was the second miss of the Qi family. He didn't dare to do anything. Second miss, the Pavilion Guardian Elder wanted to say something, but Qi Siyu's eyes emitted a piercing light as she stared at the other party. You dare to attack Lin Gongzi? Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. What? The Pavilion Guardian Elder was stunned, and so were the surrounding guards. Everyone was stunned. Qi Siyu's voice was still echoing. Lin Gongzi is my Qi family's distinguished guest. Even my Qi family's patriarch has to treat him with respect. Who do you think you are? How dare you capture Lin Gongzi? Do you want to die? Chapter 30, 145. Plop, plop, plop. Upon hearing this, Elder Ge and the guards all knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. Neilin Yanran, Qingqing, and Fong Hao were stunned. The rest of the people's minds went blank, unable to react. What's going on? Isn't this kid an independent? Oh my God, he's actually an honored guest of the Qi family. Things are going to get interesting. That's right. I didn't expect that the pavilion protecting elder of Tianfeng Pavilion would actually anger my master's honored guest. Many people looked as though they were watching a good show, but even more people were shocked. They stared at Lin Xian, trying to figure out what this guy was. Neilin Yanran, Fong Hao, and Qingqing were stunned too. To be honest, this scene was like a dream to them. They suddenly recalled what had happened at the Thousand Herb Hall a few months ago. The Bloody Blade Monarch had been so powerful that he had even wanted to kill them. However, in the end, he had still groveled and followed Lin Xian. This scene was so familiar. Now, the members of the Tianfeng Pavilion and the Qi family were all standing respectfully by Lin Xian's side. These people were much stronger than the Bloody Blade Monarch. However, they were still no match for Lin Xian. Lin Xian was too mysterious in their eyes. Qi Siyu walked over to Lin Xian respectfully and spoke carefully when she saw the pavilion elder and the surrounding guards kneel on the ground. These people did not know the rules and offended Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi, please forgive them. Lin Gongzi can punish these people as he wishes. The Qi family will definitely satisfy Lin Gongzi. The pavilion elder and the others were trembling, while the rest of the people were shocked. Let Lin Xian punish them as he wishes? If Lin Xian wanted to kill these people, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? At this thought, they were shocked once again. It seemed like they had underestimated Lin Xian's status. Qi Siyu's face was cold, but her heart was filled with anger. Damn it, this group of trash. If she had come a little later, she would have been killed. Perhaps Lin Xian was about to make his move. Regardless of whether Lin Xian was injured or frightened, what happened next would be difficult. After all, the Qi family needed Lin Xian's help. This was because only Lin Xian could heal their patriarch's injuries. If they angered Lin Xian wouldn't treat their patriarch anymore. If that was the case, their old ancestor would not be able to cure him. If that happened, their clan's patriarch might die. That kind of loss was something that the Qi family could not bear. After all, that was a half-saint. Fortunately, she had arrived in time and the worst-case scenario had not happened. Now it could still be remedied. Lin Xian stood there, gently swirling the wine glass in his hand. His expression was calm, as if he was not affected at all. To be honest, even if Qi Siyu didn't come, these people from Tianfeng Square wouldn't be enough to take him down with one hand. However, since Qi Siyu was here, it would be easier to handle the matter. He said indifferently, "The second miss of the Qi family is here. How can I, a guest, deal with this? I'd better let the Qi family handle this matter." "All right, Lin Gongzi, I know what to do." Qi Siyu turned around and stared at the pavilion guardian elder and the guards in front of her. Her cold voice rang out, "Everyone's arms will be crippled and they will be expelled from Tianfeng Pavilion. If anyone else dares to provoke Lin Gongzi, they will be killed without mercy." The cold killing intent reverberated in the main hall. An entire space couldn't withstand it. The pavilion guardian elder and the guards in front of her were trembling. However, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fortunately, they managed to keep their lives. "Lin Gongzi, what do you think?" Qi Siyu asked softly. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He didn't want these people to die, but he wanted an attitude. He was Lin Wudi, a top genius who had trampled the Netherworld King under his feet at Tianqiong Peak. How could these ants provoke him? A strong person should have the dignity of a strong person. A genius should have the pride of a genius. Otherwise, what was the point of cultivating and pursuing the peak of martial arts? After settling the internal affairs of Tianfeng Pavilion, Qi Siyu looked at Qin Rufeng and his followers and frowned slightly. Qin Rufeng wasn't a member of Tianfeng Pavilion. Although the Qi family was powerful, the Qin family wasn't a small family. Therefore, she couldn't go overboard. Qi Siyu said coldly, "As for you, Tianfeng Pavilion doesn't welcome you. Please leave." Qin Rufeng's face changed, and the surrounding people were in an uproar. Was she trying to chase them out? How could the eldest young master of the Chen family be chased out? Qin Rufeng's face darkened, and he was trembling with anger. If this were to spread, he would definitely become a joke. This was a slap in the face. "I'm the young master of the Chen family." Qin Rufeng gritted his teeth. Qi Siyu snorted coldly. "Young Master Qin, do you choose to walk out yourself or be chased out by us?" At the end of her sentence, a cold killing intent appeared on her body again. "Humph!" Qin Rufeng snorted and his face changed color. In the end, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand. "Let's go." He had no choice. The Chen family couldn't compete with the Qi family. Moreover, the second miss of the Qi family was like a little princess in the Qi family. He couldn't afford to offend her. However, he would remember today's grudge. One day he would return it to her. And that Lin Xian. When he left, he took a deep look at Lin Xian with a cold, killing intent in his eyes. After returning, he would thoroughly investigate this kid's identity. If there was a chance, he wouldn't hesitate to take action and even send the family's experts to kill him. It was because of Qin Rufeng that he was so embarrassed today. Initially, Lin Xian didn't care about this little ant. However, when Qin Rufeng looked at him with a cold, killing intent, Lin Xian's face darkened. "Wait a minute," he said coldly. Hearing this, Qin Rufeng and his followers stopped in their tracks. "What are you trying to do?" Qin Rufeng didn't say anything, but the followers around him roared angrily. Lin Xian snorted. "Did I say you could leave? Damn it, don't go too far." The followers around him screamed as if they had gone mad. Qin Rufeng's face was also terrifyingly dark. He said, "Coldly, kid, get this straight. I'm from the Chen family. Although the Chen family isn't as powerful as the Qi family, it's still a big family. Also, the people around me are the top disciples of the big families. If you provoke us, you won't have a good ending." Lin Xian smiled. "You still dare to threaten me? You're just an ant in my eyes. I don't need to fight you. However, you've repeatedly unleashed your killing intent on me. I'm afraid you're going to send your family's experts to assassinate me when you return, right? How can I let someone like you live?" When he said that, a cold light burst out from his eyes and instantly enveloped the entire area. The void trembled violently. The others felt their scalps go numb and were about to faint. Chapter 3146. That aura was too terrifying. Previously, they thought that it was because of the appearance of the second daughter of the Qi family. In their opinion, Lin Xian might not be strong. But now they were very wrong. Lin Xian merely released a wisp of aura, and it pressured all of them to the point of being unable to breathe. Such a person was definitely a top genius. No wonder the Qi family valued him so much. Qin Rufing's expression also changed, but then he sneered. Why? Do you dare to attack me? I'm not from the Tianfeng Pavilion. Speaking of this, he stood proudly with his hands behind his back and a sneer in his eyes. He did not believe that Lin Xian would dare to attack him. If he did not see Qi Siyu, he would have to think twice before making a move on him. Qi Siyu said in a low voice, Lin Gongzi, Qin Rufing's identity is not ordinary. Even I can't touch him easily. No worries. This time, I don't need the Qi family's power. I'll deal with him myself. Lin Xian strode over. Seeing this scene, Qi Siyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. She almost forgot how terrifying Lin Xian's strength was. Not only was he an alchemist who could cure the patriarch's poison, but he also killed the demonic thunder ape with one finger. His strength was definitely top-notch. Although Chen Rafeng was powerful, he was probably not Lin Xian's match. Thinking of this, she heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Xian's life was not in danger, he would be able to handle whatever happened next. What do you want? Do you dare to attack us? The young men around Chen Rafeng covered their faces with their hands. They were also furious. They had given Qi Siyu face before, but they did not expect Lin Xian to be so aggressive and even attack them. So what if they released their killing intent? They did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Therefore, a few arrogant people directly jumped out. Are your hands cold? Let's see if you dare to attack me. Before they could finish, a big golden hand slapped the 5 of them to the ground with a bang. This time, Lin Xian used a little of his strength. The 5 of them were badly mutilated, and only their heads were intact. The 5 of them screamed miserably. His shattered body attempted to reassemble itself, but as soon as it did so, it was crushed by a massive foot. His body was torn to pieces, and his blood turned into a sea of blood that surged in the surroundings. The terrifying scene caused countless people to scream in fear. And the rest of you? As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed another 4 people. Their bodies were completely destroyed, leaving only their heads behind. 9 people were screaming miserably on the ground. Their flesh and blood were a mess. Everyone was stunned. Even Qin Rufing's eyes widened in disbelief. Although these 9 people's statuses were not as high as his, they were still disciples of large clans. If one of them was alone, he might not be afraid, but if the 9 of them were together, even he would not dare to act rashly. However, the other party actually shattered it without any hesitation. How could the other party dare to do that? Was the other party not afraid of the revenge of these great families? The others were also stunned, but when they saw that Qi Siyu was still there, they shook their heads slightly. With the Qi family around, perhaps only Lin Xian dared to be so arrogant. As expected, the disciples of the 9 great clans screamed, "Damn brat! We will definitely not let you off." That's right, even the Qi family can't protect you if the 9 of us join forces. Just you wait. Wait to suffer the wrath of the 9 great clans. Qi family protect me? Lin Xian laughed. Looks like you guys are really ignorant. Let me tell you, I, Lin Xian, don't need the Qi family's protection. Not to mention you guys, even if the 9 great clans dare to provoke me again, I will destroy all of you. At this point, a golden light appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, the 9 heads exploded, and even their souls were directly destroyed. The sea of blood between heaven and earth also fell and scattered in all directions. The disciples of the 9 great clans were no longer breathing. What? Dead. Everyone was so scared that they almost wet their pants. Being severely injured and being killed were two completely different concepts. By doing so, Lin Xian was directly making the 9 great clans his enemy. Even the Qi family wouldn't dare to do so easily. As expected, Qi Siyu's expression also changed. However, Lin Xian said coldly, "I've said it before, today's matter has nothing to do with the Qi family. If there's anything, just look for me. I will definitely take it." As he spoke, Lin Xian turned and stared at Chen Rufeng. Chen Rufeng's pupils shrank. In the next moment, his expression became extremely ugly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to dare to kill the 9 of them directly. "Brat, you have completely offended the 9 great clans. Just wait for the wrath of the 9 great clans." Chen Rufeng laughed coldly. "All right, don't use the 9 great clans to pressure me. I don't care about them. Since you dare to release your killing intent towards me, you will have to suffer my wrath." "You?" Chen Rufeng laughed coldly. "If it wasn't for the Qi family, do you think I would be afraid of you?" Indeed, although Lin Xian's strength was strong, Chen Rufeng didn't care about it. After all, he was at the perfection stage of the 9 stars' great perfection stage. If he wanted to kill the people around him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. "Don't worry. You don't have to worry about the Qi family. Just do it, as long as you can kill me. Of course, you have to think carefully about the consequences of attacking me. Now, kneel down and admit your mistake. I can let you live. Since you want to die, then don't blame me." Chen Rufeng snorted coldly. The energy in his body instantly erupted. With a loud boom, a terrifying aura pressured everyone, causing the surrounding people to retreat quickly. The Tianfeng Pavilion's formation was also activated. "It's over. That brat is too arrogant. Yes, although he is strong, how can he be Chen Rufeng's match?" Indeed, young Master Chen is at the perfection stage of the 9 stars' great perfection stage. Although this brat is strong, he is definitely not young Master Chen's match. Voices of discussion sounded. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Without the Qi family's protection, how can this brat be Chen Rufeng's match? As expected, Nailan Yanran, Qingqing, and Fang Hao became nervous. However, Qi Siyu was not nervous at all. Back in the dark swamp, she had seen Lin Xian's strength with her own eyes. Since Chen Rufeng wants to die, then let's teach him a lesson. In front of him, a cold, murderous intent appeared in Chen Rufeng's eyes. He decided to kill his opponent with lightning speed. That way, he could vent the hatred in his heart. At that time, even if the Qi family blamed him, he would have the Qin family's protection. He believed that the Qi family would not stand up for a dead person. At the thought of this, the fan in his hand exploded with a terrifying light. Runes intertwined in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. The entire sky cracked rapidly, causing countless large cracks to appear. Boom! He waved the fan in his hand and slammed it forward. Instantly, the fan expanded in the wind and directly swept across the sky, shattering the entire sky. The sky-shattering fan was a top-tier Dharma treasure. Someone screamed. It was rumored that once this fan was used, it could sever heaven and earth. Not many 9-star kings could stop it. Chapter 30, 147. It's over. This kid is definitely dead. With Chen Rufeng's strength and Broken Mountain, even a great perfection 9-star cultivator would not be able to stop him. What? He's actually so powerful? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Fang Hao exclaimed, "Brother Lin, dodge." Boom! Boom! The heaven-shattering fan descended from the sky with an endless murderous aura. The entire sky was trembling, and countless voids were shattering with rumbling sounds. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. "Haha, go to hell, kid." Chen Rufeng revealed a ferocious expression. This time he did not hold back at all. "Humph, you're just an ant." Lin Xian sneered. In the face of such a terrifying attack, he only stretched out a palm and grabbed in front of him. The palm was extremely heavy, but there was no light flickering on it. Seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads and sighed. This kid is really courting death. Yes, if he dodged, he might be able to avoid this attack. However, he chose to overestimate himself and take it head-on. He would probably be smashed into a bloody pulp in an instant. Amidst everyone's mockery, the two collided. In the next moment, something shocking happened. The terrifying heaven-shattering fan was directly grabbed and then broken in half with a crack. That simple and unadorned palm pierced through all energy. Nothing could stop it. That's impossible. The surrounding people went crazy. Broken Mountain was broken. What kind of palm is that? Chen Rufeng's pupils constricted. He felt as if he was not facing a palm, but a true dragon that was firmly locking him in place. Damn it, retreat! His expression became extremely ugly, and he was scared out of his wits. I was careless. My opponent is actually a physique tempering expert. Moreover, his physique was so strong that he could not imagine it. Retreat. Go. He did not dare to fight such a person in close combat. However, just as his body swayed, a palm grabbed his head. Damn it, get lost! Chen Rufeng roared angrily. Countless runes erupted from his body, and a terrifying force soared into the sky. Lin Xian's body was instantly covered in battle armor, and his terrifying king's domain transformed into a huge mountain that quickly pressed down. He wanted to shatter Lin Xian's palm. However, all of this was futile. Lin Xian's palm lightly trembled, and his opponent's king's domain shattered. The other party's armor was filled with countless cracks and shattered into pieces. In the next moment, Chen Rufeng was pressed down by a palm and knelt on the ground. With a clang, a thunderous sound rang out, and the ground cracked open. The surrounding array dimmed, as if it could not withstand this power. What? Chen Rufeng was defeated. In just one move, Chen Rufeng was pressed to the ground. The surrounding people went crazy. They couldn't believe it. That was Chen Rufeng, a 9-star great perfection cultivator who had a top-notch artifact. How powerful was such a person? But in front of Lin Xian, he was as weak as an ant. Damn it, how is this possible? I don't believe it. Chen Rufeng screamed like a madman. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling. Get lost! With a roar, he used his secret technique. Violent power erupted once again, trying to break free from Lin Xian's palm. However, in the next moment, with a bang, his body was torn into pieces. Ah! A black light appeared from his broken body and rushed towards Lin Xian like a dragon. It was a flying sword the size of a palm. As soon as it appeared, it carried a violent aura and shook the power of heaven and earth. Obviously, it was a very terrifying forbidden weapon. Boom! In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian only waved his palm. Instantly, the flying sword was sent flying. The black flying sword was covered in cracks. This scene happened too quickly. It was so fast that the surrounding people were unable to react in time. Chen Rufeng was so scared that he peed his pants. How was that possible? How terrifying was that forbidden weapon? It could kill a 9-star great perfection cultivator in an instant. However, it was shattered by that person with a single slap. Who was that person? Could it be that he had surpassed the 9-star great perfection? Impossible. He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. In the next moment, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. A red cauldron rushed out from between his eyebrows and enveloped his head. Humph! He revealed a ferocious expression. Damn it, go to hell! Boom! The small black sword that was full of cracks exploded with a loud bang. The terrifying power engulfed Lin Xian. Oh no! Seeing that scene, Qi Siyu's expression also changed. The surrounding people also retreated crazily. The formation of the Tianfeng Pavilion was activated. Countless rays of light shrouded in all directions, protecting them. However, even with that being the case, the entire spirit formation was still fluctuating violently. Cracks had even appeared in many places. It could not be helped. The explosion of a forbidden weapon was absolutely terrifying. An invincible king could not stop it at all. Countless people trembled when they saw that scene. It was over. That kid was dead meat. No matter how strong he was, he could not stop that destructive energy. No one below the half-step saint could stop it. Lin Gongzi. Qi Siyu's expression also changed. She wanted to control the formation to break the energy in front of her. However, at that moment, a cold voice sounded. The explosion of a forbidden weapon? Was that his trump card? How pitifully weak. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard that voice. In front of them, the endless energy was torn apart by a pair of large hands. Then Lin Xian walked out. He did not suffer any injuries. There was not even a crack on his body. Heavens, how was that possible? Everyone went crazy. Qi Siyu was also stunned. Chen Rufeng even screamed crazily. Impossible. No one below the half-step saint could stop it. How did you do it? Could it be that you're a half-step saint? As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed drastically. However, they soon denied it. Impossible. They had never heard of such a young half-step saint. Moreover, they could feel the power of a half-step saint. However, they did not feel the danger of a half-step saint from Lin Xian. Then what was going on? Perhaps he had a defensive treasure, such as a half-step saint artifact. If he used his full strength, he could really resist it. So that was what happened. Everyone was in a daze. How dare he use a forbidden weapon to self-destruct? It seemed that the lesson was not enough. Lin Xian took a step forward and grabbed forward with his palm. Block it for me. Chen Rufeng's body reassembled and activated the red cauldron above his head. The red cauldron was also a very terrifying treasure. At that moment, it shone with tens of thousands of rays of light and firmly protected him. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Boom! However, the speed of the golden fist was beyond his imagination. In an instant, it collided with the red cauldron. With a clang, the void in all directions shattered and countless formations cracked. Many people were bleeding from their ears and their faces turned pale. Under countless horrified gazes, cracks appeared on the red cauldron, and then it exploded with a loud bang. No, Chen Rufeng was in despair. A jade pendant on his body flickered and enveloped him. A necklace on his neck appeared with 18 runes and wrapped around him. Those accessories were not simple. They were all top-tier treasures. At that moment, Chen Rufeng was using them without any regard for his life. However, under that punch, everything turned into ashes and ceased to exist. Chapter 30:148. With a loud bang, Chen Rufeng's body split open again. This time, even his head was smashed. Whoosh! Amidst the sea of blood, an illusory figure fled into the distance. That was Chen Rufeng's soul. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. His soul hugged a bead and fled quickly. Trying to escape, Lin Xian sneered. He stretched out his hand like a 5-fingered mountain and sealed the entire void, completely cutting off Chen Rufeng's path. Damn brat, you dare to kill me? I'm from the Chen family. If you kill me, the Chen family will never let you off. A mere Chen family can't threaten me. Lin Xian's palm slowly closed. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Damn it! Chen Rufeng's soul hugged a red bead and suddenly let out a sharp cry. The red bead was covered with runes and turned into a soul attack. Go to hell! At this moment, Chen Rufeng used his full strength. If this attack hit, it could instantly destroy the enemy's soul. Soul attack! Chen Rufeng's soul attack was actually so powerful, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Damage to the soul was very difficult to heal. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. Soul attack? He really didn't know what was good for him. Buzz! Golden runes flickered in his eyes. In an instant, a ball of golden flame flew out. The soul attack was instantly broken. Not only that, the red bead in Chen Rufeng's hand also cracked from the middle with a bang and turned into a pile of ruins. Chen Rufing's soul screamed crazily and rolled in the air. It was very painful. No. Damn it, you can't kill me. His voice was getting weaker and weaker. Stop. At this moment, a cold shout came from afar. Who is it? How dare you cause trouble here? Obviously, the commotion here had alerted the higher-ups of Tianfeng Pavilion. At the same time, Qi Siyu also said, Lin Gongzi, please think twice. Chen Rufing's identity is indeed not simple. However, Lin Xian didn't stop at all. There was still a wisp of golden light in his eyes. His cold voice came. Are you convinced? Yes, I'm convinced. Chen Rufeng kept begging for mercy. I was wrong. Lin Gongzi, you're a magnanimous person. I shouldn't have provoked you. I apologize to you. Please forgive me. These words shocked everyone. These people were all disciples of aristocratic families, so they naturally knew how proud and arrogant Chen Rufeng was. No one could make him lower his head. Even Qi Siyu had only managed to force Chen Rufeng away. But now, there was actually someone who had destroyed Chen Rufeng's physical body. He even tortured Chen Rufeng's soul. Chen Rufeng had no choice but to apologize. Beg for mercy, lower your head. This was even harder to accomplish than killing the other party. Who was it? You still dare to make a move? Do you not put my Tianfeng Pavilion in your eyes? The loud and clear voice echoed in the air. Then a middle-aged man stepped into the air and arrived beside Lin Xian. He looked at his surroundings with a solemn expression. Damn it, someone actually dared to make a move in his territory. However, at the next moment, when he saw Qi Siyu, his expression changed, and he called out respectfully, Second, Mississippi. The person who came was the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion. He had been in the depths of Tianfeng Pavilion, preparing for the upcoming grand event. Unexpectedly, there was a violent fluctuation outside. He even sensed that the protective formation of Tianfeng Pavilion had shattered. This made him furious. Who dared to be impudent in their Tianfeng Pavilion? Therefore, he walked out with an imposing manner. At the same time, he was extremely angry. What were the guards and elders of Tianfeng Pavilion doing? Why did no one stop the great battle outside? When he arrived, he saw a young man emitting a terrifying aura, turning his opponent into a bloody mist. He even burned his opponent's soul. The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion instantly arrived in front of the young man, wanting to take him down personally. However, at the next moment, he saw a woman standing beside the young man. That woman was the second miss of the Qi family, Qi Siyu. The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion hurriedly bowed. At the same time, he saw their second miss respectfully persuading the young man in red in front of her. What was going on? Could it be that the person who made the move had a powerful background? Thinking of this, the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion was shocked. He immediately withdrew his aura and stood to the side. What was going on? He hurriedly called one of his subordinates and asked in a low voice. When he learned that the elders and the surrounding guards had all kowtowed and apologized to the young man and were even expelled from Tianfeng Pavilion, he was extremely shocked. The young man had such a powerful background. When he learned that the young man had instantly killed a genius disciple of the 9 great clans, the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion felt like his scalp was about to explode. Who was this young man? How dare he kill a genius of the 9 great clans? Wasn't he afraid that the 9 great clans would join hands with him? When he found out that the person his opponent wanted to kill was actually Chen Rufeng, he was shocked. The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion almost fainted from shock. At this moment, he even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Chen Rufeng. The young man wanted to kill Chen Rufeng. Furthermore, it was already the final step. Heavens! Chen Rufeng wasn't someone that a cultivator of the 9 great clans could compare to. He was the eldest son of the Chen clan. He was someone who had the potential to become one of the top young geniuses in the world. He was the hope of the Chen clan. Even the Qi clan wouldn't dare to touch someone like him, because once he was killed, the Chen clan would retaliate crazily. However, The red-robed young man before him had a calm expression, as if he didn't care at all. It was as if he was crushing an ant to death. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, he didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, he would be a dead man by now. The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion trembled at the thought of this. Meanwhile, Lin Xian smirked coldly as he looked at Qin Rafeng, who was struggling in pain. "Are you convinced now?" He knew that the young man wasn't being sincere. However, he didn't care. With a wave of his hand, a 9-story pagoda flew out and suppressed Qin Rufeng's soul within it. The next moment, his cold voice sounded. "You may be spared from death, but you can't escape punishment. If you want freedom, tell the Qin clan to come to me with peerless spiritual herbs." With that, Lin Xian put away the 9-story pagoda. The others were stunned. What was going on? Did the young man suppress Qin Rufeng? He even threatened the Qin clan to exchange peerless spiritual herbs for him? Was this kid really going to start a war with the Qin clan? Everyone shuddered at the thought of this. At the same time, they knew that there was an earthquake. This was definitely a big deal. Many of them were extremely excited because they knew that a storm was coming. Ever since the battle at Tianqiong Peak, Cloud Return Planet had been quiet for a long time. They didn't expect a storm to erupt at Tianfeng Pavilion again. Chapter 30, 149. The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion was stunned. This was really a fierce person. He even dared to suppress Qin Rafeng. He even dared to threaten the Qin family. Thinking of this, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Qi Siyu beside him heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't kill Qin Rafeng, everything was negotiable. At most, the Qi family would step in. In short, no matter what, they couldn't let Lin Xian get hurt. Lin Xian didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. What Qin family, the 9 great families, he didn't take them seriously at all. To be honest, attacking Qin Rafeng this time was also an accident. If not for the other party releasing killing intent towards him time and time again, he wouldn't have made a move. He knew that letting such a person go would cause a greater disaster. However, he could use Qin Rufeng's life to make an exchange with the Qin family. He wanted to collect 1,300 kinds of spiritual herbs. Most of them could be collected by 1,000 herb hall. However, some of the spiritual herbs were very precious. With 1,000 herb hall's ability, it would probably be very difficult to complete them in a short time. But now he could make the Qin family bleed a lot. In a while, he would distribute the spiritual herbs he needed. These people would definitely pass them to the Qin family. Thinking of this, he turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man beside him. He asked indifferently, "Just now, were you stopping me?" The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion was also a 9-star perfection stage expert. He was extremely powerful. But at this moment, in Lin Xian's eyes, he was like an ant trembling, because he knew that this person in front of him was a ruthless person. He killed the genius of the 9 great families and suppressed Qin Rafeng. The other party was actually safe and sound now. One could imagine that the other party was very strong. It wouldn't be difficult to kill him. Moreover, looking at Qi Siyu's attitude, even if he killed him, the Qi family wouldn't have any reaction. Therefore, the pavilion master hurriedly bowed and said, "Misunderstanding. This is a complete misunderstanding. I didn't know that it was young master who attacked." As he spoke, he looked at Qi Siyu as if begging for mercy. Seeing this scene, Qi Siyu sighed and said, "Young master, this is the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion." The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked, "I remember that your Tianfeng Pavilion is going to launch an extremely special cauldron later, right?" "Yes." The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion didn't know why the other party asked this question. Qi Siyu's brows twitched. She knew that Lin Xian was an alchemist, and an extremely powerful one at that. To alchemists, what was the most attractive thing? Other than medicinal pills, there was also the pill cauldron. This was a necessary treasure for refining pills. From the looks of it, Lin Gongzi should be lacking a pill cauldron to refine pills. Thinking of this, she hurriedly said, "Pavilion Masterly, young master wants to see the pill cauldron. Why aren't you preparing it?" "Yes, I will go and prepare now." "Please wait for a moment." Second Miss and Lin Gongzi, the head of Tianfeng Pavilion, turned around and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Then he hurriedly led people to make preparations. Soon, many pill cauldrons appeared in the spell formation. There were 10 of them floating in the air. Each of them exuded a mysterious and ancient aura. The light that hung down dazzled people. The young martial artists in the hall were still in shock. But soon, they were attracted by the pill cauldrons in front. These were all top-grade pill cauldrons. They didn't expect Tianfeng Pavilion to be so generous this time. No way. Although Tianfeng Pavilion was powerful, they couldn't take out so many pill cauldrons at once. I think it should be an auction. Sure enough, this was a small-scale auction. Among the 10 pill cauldrons, only 3 were from Tianfeng Pavilion. The other 7 were from other families or experts who entrusted Tianfeng Pavilion to auction. There were indeed pill cauldrons. Lin Xian also revealed a trace of surprise. He raised his head and looked at the cauldrons in front. Golden light appeared in his eyes. The next moment, he instantly stared at one of them. That was a purple pill cauldron. Its design was very simple. As soon as it appeared, it attracted Lin Xian's attention. Golden light bloomed in Lin Xian's eyes. Staring at this purple pill cauldron, he seemed to see the runes on it flowing rapidly like a purple river surging. It also seemed like a purple abyss that could make one's soul sink into it. What a magical pill cauldron! Lin Xian was surprised. With a wave of his hand, that purple pill cauldron came in front of him. Lin Xian reached out a finger and lightly knocked on it. Dang! The sound was like thunder, echoing for a long time without dissipating. Not bad, not bad. This is it. Lin Xian was very satisfied. Seeing this scene, Qi Siyu heaved a sigh of relief. Great. Ever since she came, she hadn't seen Lin Xian smile. She didn't expect that now. Lin Xian finally revealed a smile. As long as the other party was satisfied, then everything was easy. Qi Siyu said with a smile. Since Lin Gongzi liked it, it was good. Second Miss. The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion looked like he wanted to say something, but stopped. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian raised his brows. Why? Not willing? At the side, Qi Siyu also snorted coldly. Her beautiful face immediately turned cold. Damn it, what was this guy doing? It wasn't easy to make Lin Gongzi happy, but he didn't expect his subordinate to be so reckless. He even wanted to stop them from the middle. Seeing Lin Xian and Qi Siyu's darkened faces, the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion was sweating profusely. He was so scared that he was about to cry. He said, while trembling, "No, Lin Gongzi, second miss. This pill cauldron has already been reserved by several people." "Who reserved it?" "Oh, right. This cauldron shouldn't belong to Tianfeng Pavilion. Why don't you just buy it and give it to Lin Gongzi?" "Yes." The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion wanted to say something, but seeing Qi Siyu's expression, he immediately shut his mouth. He didn't doubt that Qi Siyu would kill him on the spot if he dared to stop them. "Young master, this is the information about this pill cauldron." Qi Siyu took a jade slip from the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion and handed it to Lin Xian respectfully. Lin Xian took it and probed it with his soul. Then he nodded silently. Purple abyss cauldron? This purple abyss cauldron was extraordinary. It was said that it was passed down from ancient times and was very precious. It seemed to have been used by a half-saint back then. Therefore, the price was also very expensive. However, Lin Xian didn't have to worry about this. Qi Siyu didn't say anything and bought the purple abyss cauldron directly. In response, Lin Xian accepted it without hesitation. What was a mere pill cauldron? If he cured the Qi family's patriarch, how many benefits would he bring to the Qi family. Therefore, this cauldron was just a side benefit. The real benefits were those precious spiritual herbs. Lin Gongzi, since you're here, why don't you stay for a while longer? Siyu had to treat young master well. Qi Siyu let out a beautiful smile. That was good too. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Then he said, I have a few companions. Why don't you bring them along? All right, young master, I'll arrange it. Qi Siyu quickly asked the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion to treat Lin Xian with the highest standards. As for Qingqing, Nailin Yanran, and Feng Hao, the three of them were also invited in respectfully. After these people left, the entire hall was in an uproar. Chapter 3150. Heavens, this is truly a peerless monster. To be able to make the Qi family's second miss so respectful, even trampling on Chen Rufing's physical body and suppressing his soul on the spot. This guy, everything he does is earth-shattering. Originally, I thought that with my peak 9-star strength, I could laugh proudly at those of the same level. Didn't expect that there's actually someone so much more powerful than me. These large family clans prodigies were sweating profusely. To be honest, they were completely convinced by Lin Xian today. What was called a peerless prodigy, what was called a heaven-defying powerhouse. Lin Xian gave them the best explanation, and those female martial artists' eyes were all shining. If only they could marry such a person. What kind of person is Lin Gongzi? How can he be delusional to a little girl like you? I've decided, even if I can't find a husband like Lin Gongzi, I'll definitely find someone like him. These beauties were really excited. This kind of indomitable, unparalleled hero who could trample all over the world. How could they not be moved? Lin Xian was invited into the depths of Tianfeng Pavilion by Siyu and the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion, inside a majestic great hall. Accompanying them were Nailin Yanran, Qingqing, and Feng Hao. All kinds of exquisite dishes were served one after another. These were all abnormally precious ingredients. There was even flood dragon meat. One could say that it could not be eaten outside at all. Lin Xian chatted with everyone while splitting a portion of his soul into the black earth to study the purple abyss cauldron again. After all, this would be his pill refining partner for a long time in the future. He naturally had to familiarize himself with it well. As he observed at a close distance, he discovered that this purple abyss cauldron might really be a treasure. According to the records, this was left behind by a half-sage. However, Lin Xian did not think so. He discovered that although the remnant aura on it was already very faint, his soul force was still very powerful. Very soon, he was able to capture the remnant aura of true laws on the purple abyss cauldron. This was something used by a sage before. Sensing this point, Lin Xian was wild with joy. A pill cauldron left behind by a sage? What an unexpected surprise! Generally speaking, alchemy cauldrons were also divided into grades. For example, a king-grade alchemy cauldron could at most refine some pills required by a king-grade alchemy cauldron. It would be very difficult to refine the medicinal pills required by the semi-sage realm. As for saints, there was no need to even think about it. It was impossible to cultivate it. However, it would be different if it was a half-step sage's cauldron. The success rate would be greatly increased. If it was the cauldron of a saint, then there would be no problem. He could even directly refine saint-level pills. Therefore, Lin Xian now had the purple abyss cauldron, which could be said to have solved a big problem. While they were drinking and chatting inside, the hall outside changed again. Because Tianfeng Pavilion had another thing to do besides inviting the experts and disciples of these big clans, which was to hold an auction. Especially this time, they were auctioning off 10 pill cauldrons. This news had been released long ago. Therefore, the grand meeting of Tianfeng Pavilion this time attracted many alchemists. At this moment, these alchemists came one after another. I've heard that there are quite a few good pill cauldrons this time. I must get one. Many elixir kings' eyes lit up. Is that so? I'm going to have one too. Anyway, there are many pill cauldrons, so we don't have to fight for them. These elixir kings were very happy. Suddenly, their eyes widened, revealing a trace of shock. Heavens, am I seeing things? That's Elixir King he too. Why is he here too? What? Elixir King he too? No way. He's a 9-star Elixir King. After the other Elixir Kings heard this, they were also extremely shocked. Although they were all Elixir Kings, they were also ranked. After all, the medicinal pills for kings to consume were divided into 9 grades. Elixir Kings were also correspondingly divided into 9 grades. The pills refined by a 9th grade Elixir King were the best, and the success rate was also the highest. Therefore, the status of a 9th grade Elixir King was very high. A 9th grade Elixir King would attract countless big clans to treat him as a distinguished guest. The Elixir King, he too that these people were talking about, was a 9th grade Elixir King. Therefore, the moment he appeared, it immediately caused a commotion. Greetings to Elixir King, he too. The surrounding Elixir Kings all went forward and bowed respectfully. Elixir King, he too was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. His pair of swollen eyes were full of spirit. Although he looked young, his true age was already more than 1,800 years old. The arrival of Elixir King, he too made the surrounding Elixir Kings very shocked and excited, because in their alchemy world, Elixir Kings were legendary existences. At the same time, they were even more curious. What heaven-defying treasure was there this time? Even Elixir King, he too was attracted. They didn't know. They only seemed to be auctioning pill cauldrons. Could it be that there was something special about this pill cauldron? Thinking of this, everyone was greatly surprised. Wait, that was Elixir King Blackfeather. Suddenly, another person screamed. The other Elixir Kings turned their heads, one after another. In the next moment, screams sounded one after another. The young prodigies in the entire hall were also stunned. To be honest, when these Elixir Kings came, they had to accompany them carefully. No one would easily provoke an Elixir King, especially these Elixir Kings. Therefore, those Elixir Kings were also proud and arrogant. Even if the people around them were geniuses, they were also disdainful. These Elixir Kings gathered together alone. The others didn't dare to go forward at all. The genius disciples of the other clans could only watch from afar. Originally, they were prepared to go over later and curry favor with 1 or 2 Elixir Kings. This way, it would be a great benefit to their clans, and they would definitely be rewarded by their clans. However, before they could act on their thoughts, they saw those Pill King-level alchemists making a fuss over nothing. What's going on? Are these Elixir Kings crazy? Lower your voice. Don't you want to live anymore? But I really think that there's something wrong with their heads. The surrounding sky prides were dumbfounded by what they saw. Why would the Elixir Kings care about the thoughts of the people around them? They were too shocked. They saw an old man in a black robe walking over. The old man in the black robe looked very old, but his hair was incomparably black, which made him look very strange. If one were to take a closer look at the black Taoist robe he was wearing, they would discover that it was pieced together with black feathers. This old man was also called Elixir King Blackfeather. He was also a 9th grade Elixir King. When Elixir King Blackfeather appeared, even Elixir King, he too revealed a look of surprise. He said in a deep voice, "Looks like you're also here for that thing." "That's right. I'm determined to get that thing," Elixir King Blackfeather said with a smile. "Humph." Elixir King, he too snorted. It was obvious that he wouldn't give that thing away so easily. The surrounding alchemists were at a loss. At the same time, they were extremely excited. 2 Elixir Kings were competing. What was that thing? How could it attract 2 9th grade Elixir Kings? Chapter 3151. Both of you are quite early. At this moment, another laughter was heard. Everyone turned around and held their breaths in the next moment. This time, it was a woman in her 30s. She was wearing a fiery red long dress. which accentuated her graceful figure. Compared to those young and beautiful women, she was more mature and charming. Pill King Red Lotus. The surrounding alchemists screamed again. This woman was not an ordinary one. She was also a 9th grade Pill King. Oh my God! What were the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings fighting over? Excuse me, but I have already reserved that item in advance. So, please don't fight for it when the time comes. Pill King Red Lotus said with a smile. Humph, do you think you are the only one who has reserved it? I have also reserved it. Pill King, he too snorted. Pill King Black Feather said with a smile. I have already prepared for it. So, let's compete with our wealth. The surrounding alchemists were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The 3 9th grade Pill Kings were determined to get it, and it seemed like they were willing to spend a fortune on it. When the time came, it would definitely be a bloodbath. Soon the auction began. Everyone walked forward. Other than the Pill Kings, the genius disciples of the big families also followed. Many people looked at the 3 figures in front of them, who were like moons surrounded by stars. They were very surprised. What's going on? Who are those 3 people? Why would the other alchemists be so respectful to him? I just received news that those 3 are 9th grade Pill Kings. What? 9th grade Pill Kings? As soon as these words were said, the surrounding prodigies screamed crazily. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Not only could a 9th grade Pill King refine the highest 9th grade pill, but their success rate was also incomparable to other Pill Kings. If a family could have a 9th grade Pill King, the cultivation speed of the family's martial artists would be greatly increased, far surpassing the other families. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 3 9th grade Pill Kings. They had to think of a way to win over these 3 people as much as possible. At the front, the 3 9th grade Pill Kings took their seats. The other alchemists also sat down one after another. At the back, the genius disciples of the big families could only sit at the back. However, they were already very satisfied to be able to watch it. On the auction stage, an old man walked up and started the auction. These people were already very familiar with the process of the auction. Moreover, these people had already investigated the situation of those pill cauldrons. Therefore, everyone started attacking their respective targets. For a time, the competition was very intense. The price was so high that the geniuses of the surrounding large clans were flabbergasted. Even if they were faced with such a price, the corners of their mouths twitched. They even discovered that the price of several pill furnaces was comparable to half of their family's assets. That was definitely a sky-high price. However, these Pill Kings were all distinguished guests of the various large clans. Their wealth could be said to be comparable to that of a nation. Therefore, even with such a high price, these people would not be intimidated. 7 out of the 10 pill cauldrons had already been opened. He was hit by 6 people. There was one person who won 2 in a row. His wealth was so great that it made everyone sigh in shock. Those alchemists who didn't get it shook their heads in pity. They were prepared to fight again. However, there were also people who were extremely surprised. Why didn't the 3 9th grade Pill Kings make a move? What did they know? What they bid must be their trump card, so it must be the last pill cauldron. Therefore, let's go all out and fight for the top 9. These Pill Kings made up their minds and made a move decisively. Indeed, when the 9th pill cauldron was won at the highest price, everyone was excited. They knew that the final treasure was coming. The 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings sitting at the front opened their eyes as well. They didn't care about the previous pill cauldrons because they didn't care about them. However, the last pill cauldron was different. They were here for the last pill cauldron because they had received news that the last pill cauldron was passed down from the ancient times. It was rumored that it was a pill cauldron used by a half-saint. To them, this was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. After all, they were already 9th grade Pill Kings. One more step and they would be half-step Pill Saints. At that time, they would naturally need more precious pill cauldrons. Therefore, this time when a half-saint pill cauldron appeared, they must get their hands on it. Even if they couldn't become half-step pill saints in a short period of time, obtaining a half-saint pill cauldron would greatly increase their success rate of refining pills. The eyes of the 3 grade 9 elixir kings lit up. Just as they were about to display their skills, the old man from the Tianfeng pavilion on the auction stage announced loudly, "Everyone, the 9 pill cauldrons have been auctioned off. This auction will end here." What? Hearing this, all the pill kings were stunned. The auction was over? How was this possible? The 3 ninth grade pill kings hadn't made a move yet. The surrounding alchemists were all stunned. The 3 ninth grade pill kings stood up with a bang, and strange flames rose from their bodies. They asked coldly, how was this possible? Where was the last pill cauldron? Where was the pill cauldron that was passed down from the ancient times and rumored to be used by a half-saint? The voices of the 3 pill kings were like thunder, exploding in the void. After hearing this, the surrounding alchemists' pupils shrank. It was passed down from the ancient times, and it was used by a half-saint. They sucked in a breath of cold air. It was no wonder that the 3 tier 9 pill kings were all here as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They even looked as if they were determined to win. It turned out to be a half-saint pill cauldron. It was definitely something good. Indeed, only something like this could attract the attention of the 3 ninth grade pill kings. These people were amazed, but at the same time they were even more confused. It seemed that there was a problem, because the last pill cauldron wasn't auctioned off. What was going on? Didn't they say there would be 10 cauldrons? Why were there only 9? Pill King Red Lotus frowned. Could it be that the 10th pill cauldron was stolen by them? Pill King Black Feather's face also darkened. The feathers on his black robe were emitting waves of black flames that were jumping and releasing a terrifying aura. Pill King, he too shouted coldly. Could it be that the Tianfeng pavilion was making fun of me? The 3 ninth grade pill kings were furious. On the auction stage, the auctioneer from the Tianfeng pavilion looked extremely ugly. He quickly said, "Please calm down. We have our own difficulties in this matter. Please listen to my explanation." He didn't dare to offend the 9th grade pill kings. After all, a 9th grade pill king had connections with countless families. There was once someone who offended a 9th grade pill king, and that person was an invincible peak stage pill king. He was very powerful. However, he ended up in a very miserable state. That 9th grade pill king had attracted the attention of dozens of experts from the major families and a few experts from the major sections. It wasn't hard to imagine the ending of the 9th grade pill king's enemy. Every 9th grade pill king had that kind of power. Therefore, even the Qi family behind the Tianfeng pavilion didn't dare to go against a 9th grade pill king, let alone 3 9th grade pill kings. Chapter 3152. Explain? Fine. I'd like to hear your explanation today. Pill King, he too had a fiery temper. He snorted coldly, his eyes burning with rage. Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus's faces darkened as well. They were usually high and mighty. Even the experts from the big families had to curry favor with them. Now, someone dared to make a fool out of them. The last cauldron, the Purple Abyss cauldron, had been bought by someone in advance. What? Who is it? The 3 pill kings were enraged when they heard the news. The old man had no choice but to briefly explain the situation. The 3 pill kings frowned. The Qi family bought the cauldron and gave it away? The Qi family was one of the top families. Even though they were pill kings, they did not dare to offend them. Therefore, Pill King Red Lotus frowned slightly and decided not to pursue the matter. However, Pill King, he too had a fiery temper. He snorted coldly. Who did you give it to? The treasure was right in front of me. How could I not be angry? I also want to know who the Qi family is. Who is the 9th grade Pill King that the Qi family treats like this? Is it Pill King Red Flame? Or Pill King Blue Flame? No, it's Lin Gongzi. The old man said with a bitter smile. Lin Gongzi? Which Lin Gongzi is he? I've never heard of Lin Gongzi. How dare a brat snatch our treasure? Where is he? The 3 Pill Kings did not back down. Let him out. The other elders of Tianfang Pavilion saw this and immediately went to persuade them. At the same time, a few of them hurried to the depths of Tianfang Pavilion to report this matter to the second miss and the pavilion master. Second miss, pavilion master. Oh no! Outside the main hall, there was an urgent voice. Qi Siyu frowned. What's going on? She was entertaining Lin Xian here, but the people outside were making trouble for her. Seeing Qi Siyu's expression, the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion quickly stood up and said, I'll go out and have a look. Soon, the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion came out with a grave expression. What's going on? Qi Siyu frowned. The pavilion master looked at Lin Xian and said, cautiously, Second miss, it's the 9th grade Pill Kings. 9th grade. What's going on? Qi Siyu's frown deepened. A Tier 9 Pill King status was not ordinary. Now that the 3 of them were causing trouble together, something must have happened. Did the Tianfang Pavilion Master offend them? Thinking of this, a cold light appeared in her eyes. The Pavilion Master. He let out a sigh and told her the whole story. Actually, it's like this. Previously, when we held the Pill Cauldron auction, we simply released the news of the 10 Pill Cauldrons. We also released the news about the Purple Abyss Cauldron, which attracted many Tier 9 Pill Kings. This time, the 3 9th grade Pill Kings were here for the Purple Abyss Cauldron. However, the Purple Abyss Cauldron had already been given to Lin Gongzi in advance. That was why the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings were so angry that they caused trouble. Qi Siyu frowned. She recalled that the pavilion lord of Tianfang Pavilion had said that the Pill Cauldron had already been reserved. So it was reserved by 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings. This matter was indeed a little tricky. She couldn't afford to offend Lin Xian. After all, she still had to rely on him to treat her patriarch's injuries. However, they couldn't afford to offend 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings. These people were of high status, so the Qi family had to deal with them properly. Lin Gongzi, take a seat first. I'm going out to take care of some things. Qi Siyu stood up and said softly. Lin Xian also put down his wine glass. I'll go with you. After all, this whole thing started because of me. Lin Xian did not expect that a Purple Abyss Cauldron would actually attract such a thing. But thinking about it, it was rumored that this cauldron was left behind by a half-sage. Those Tier 9 Pill Kings would definitely try their best to get their hands on it. However, the Purple Abyss Cauldron was already Lin Xian's. He couldn't give it away. Moreover, it wasn't used by a half-sage. It was something left behind by a sage. It could be said that it was a sage-grade cauldron. Lin Xian might not give it away, but he wouldn't stand by and do nothing. If he could help, he would help. All right. Seeing that Lin Xian wanted to go with them, Qi Siyu nodded. Let's go too. Nail and Yanran and the rest also put down their wine glasses. The group left the hall and headed outside. Outside, the elders of Tianfang Pavilion had a helpless expression. Facing the questioning and anger of 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings, they couldn't resist at all. They could only apologize carefully. But fortunately, they heaved a sigh of relief, because they received a message that Second Miss and the Pavilion Lord were on their way. Not long after, a group of people came from afar. Countless people moved aside. It was Second Miss and the Pavilion Lord. Those elders heaved a sigh of relief. Their backs were wet with sweat. After all, facing 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings was too much of a pressure. Now that Second Miss and the Pavilion Lord were here, they had nothing to do. Therefore, these elders stood aside respectfully. The 3 Grade 9 Elixir Kings squinted their eyes and looked ahead. They naturally knew the Pavilion Lord of Tianfang Pavilion, But beside the pavilion, Lord of Tianfeng Pavilion, was a beautiful lady. She looked unfamiliar, but when they saw the pattern embroidered on the lady's clothes, they knew that she was from the Qi clan, and she was a core member of the Qi clan. The Qi clan was behind the Tianfeng Pavilion. They all knew this, and they already knew that the Qi clan had bought the Purple Abyss Cauldron in advance as a gift. She should be the second miss of the Qi clan. Pill King Red Lotus said lightly. Pill King Black Feather frowned. He didn't understand. Who was that young man? He was very confused. The second miss of the Qi clan was already very noble, but she was accompanying a young man. Who was that young man? Was there someone more powerful than the Qi clan? But he didn't see the Qi clan's emblem on the young man. Moreover, the young man's aura was very obscure. He couldn't even see it clearly. It seemed that the young man was either an extremely powerful expert or someone with an extremely high status. But the three of them weren't afraid. They were all Tier 9 Pill Kings. If they worked together, their status and strength would be unimaginable. Even if it was the Qi clan, they would still dare to question why they were fooling them. So it's the three alchemy kings who have arrived. This little girl pays her respects. After coming to the front, Qi Siu laughed softly and then bowed slightly. The pavilion, Lord of Heavenly Rune Pavilion, also came forward to greet them. Only Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, looking at them curiously. Were these three Pill Kings of the 9th grade? He felt a terrifying and powerful flame aura from them. Pavilion Lord Li, what do you mean? Why did you spread the news if you don't have the Purple Abyss Cauldron? Are you fooling us? Pill King, he too said coldly. Chapter 3153. Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus looked cold. The pavilion master smiled bitterly. Qi Siu explained, it's like this. Due to some reasons, I bought this cauldron not long ago and gave it to someone else. It's not that the Heavenly Square Pavilion faked the news, but there's a reason for it. I hope the three Pill Kings can forgive me. Of course, the Qi family will definitely compensate you. Qi Siu knew how important a 9th grade Pill King was. Even the Qi family couldn't afford to offend them. Instead, they tried their best to please them. Pill King, he too snorted. I heard that the second miss gave the cauldron to someone called Lin Gongzi. Who is this Lin Gongzi? Is he an alchemist? If the second miss gave it to another 9th grade Pill King, we won't say anything. But if the second miss didn't give it to an alchemist, then I'll fight for it. Pill King Blackfeather said in a low voice. Pill King Red Lotus didn't say anything, but it was obvious that she had the same idea. They had never heard of Lin Gongzi before. How could they be willing to give such a high-grade cauldron to a brat they had never heard of? What? Qi Siu was stunned. She didn't want to drag Lin Xian into this again. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Oh my God, Lin Gongzi? Wasn't he the fierce man from before? They knew that Lin Xian had gone on a killing spree in the hall half a day ago. He had killed the geniuses of the 9 major clans, destroyed Chen Rufing's body, and even suppressed his soul. How terrifying such a person was. Of course, they also saw Lin Xian take one of the 10 pill cauldrons. They didn't expect that the cauldron was left behind by a half-step saint. And these 3 9th grade Pill Kings were also determined to obtain that pill cauldron. That was why the scene today was like this. Lin Gongzi was a fierce man. He didn't even care about Chen Rufeng and the 9 major clans. Would he give face to the 3 Pill Kings? That might not be the case. Although the Chen clan and the 9 super clans were powerful, the combined influence of 3 9th grade Dan Kings might be even greater than theirs. No way, right? 3 alchemy kings were actually so terrifying. Don't forget, that was a 9th grade Pill King. Every alchemy king had connections with many families. 3 9th grade Dan Kings could even gather more than 10 clans. It was too exciting. Who would have thought that the matter that had just calmed down would cause such a storm? How would this brat deal with it? Ha! I don't think he'll back down. He'll definitely make a scene. That might not be the case. No matter how arrogant this kid was, he wouldn't dare to fight against 3 ninth-grade pill kings at the same time. Everyone was talking about it. Chi Siyu frowned slightly. The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion beside her was sweating profusely. Lin Xian was very calm. Hearing the words of the 3 Dan kings in front of him, he revealed a trace of surprise. "Oh, you want to see me? Who are you?" Although the auction was over, these alchemists didn't leave at all. They knew that the real big event was yet to come. As expected, they saw the second daughter of the Qi family and the rest. However, they didn't expect a young man to suddenly speak after the 3 ninth-grade pill kings finished their questions. "I'm naturally the Lin Gongzi you're talking about." "What? It's actually you." The surrounding people were all stunned. The 3 ninth-grade pill kings were also stunned. Then a piercing light burst out from their eyes as they stared at Lin Xian. "You're that Lin Gongzi? The purple abyss cauldron is in your hands?" They were really too excited. Originally, they thought that Lin Gongzi was so far away that they wouldn't be able to find him at all. However, they didn't expect him to be right in front of them. Since that was the case, they couldn't miss this opportunity. They must get the purple abyss cauldron. "That's right, it's me." Lin Xian nodded slightly. The surrounding people exclaimed. The 3 ninth-grade pill kings were frowning. To be honest, until now they had used all kinds of secret techniques, but they still couldn't see through Lin Xian's strength. They couldn't even tell if he was an alchemist. At this moment, the most hot-tempered pill king, he too, snorted coldly. "Kid, take out the purple abyss cauldron. Name a price, and I'll buy it. You're a young man and not an alchemist. The purple abyss cauldron is useless to you. I can give you an equivalent divine ability or weapon in exchange." Pill King Black Feather said with a smile. Pill King Red Lotus next to him laughed. "How about this? Give me the purple abyss cauldron, and I'll make you a furnace of top-quality spiritual medicine for free." Hearing this, everyone was very excited. The 3 ninth-grade Pill King spoke. This was a big deal. One had to know that a 9th-grade Pill King's wealth was very high. Any random treasure they took out would make people jealous. They didn't expect this kid to be so lucky. The alchemists were very envious. Lin Xian was stunned at first, then he laughed. "Who said that I'm not an alchemist? Although your conditions are good, I don't need them. Since the purple abyss cauldron is already mine, the 3 of you can go back now." "What? You're an alchemist?" Pill King Black Feather was very surprised. Pill King Red Lotus and Pill King, he too, were also stunned. The surrounding alchemists were all stunned and went into an uproar. This kid is actually an alchemist? Heavens, how old is he? Look at his bone age. Don't tell me he's an old monster. All kinds of strange flames appeared in the eyes of these people, trying to see through Lin Xian. The next moment they exclaimed, "His bone age is too young. This is definitely a very young person. Even if this kid is an alchemist, he's probably an extremely ordinary one." The surrounding people looked at him with disdain. They were all pill kings. Although they weren't 9th-grade pill kings, they were still top pill kings who stood at the top of the alchemy world. How dare a young kid be so arrogant in front of them? This made them very unhappy, especially the 3 9th-grade pill kings. They all laughed. "Kid, which sect are you from? So what if you're an alchemist? The purple abyss cauldron is not something you can use. Just hand it over obediently. I see that your talent is not bad, so I don't mind taking you as my disciple. Where did you learn from? Which 9th-grade pill king?" In their opinion, the other party might be the disciple of a 9th-grade pill king, which was why he had such an arrogant personality. However, that identity was useless in front of them. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. "Take me as your disciple? I'm afraid you don't have that right." When those words came out, the crowd was in an uproar again. The eyelids of the martial artists in the distance twitched wildly. As expected, this guy was ruthless. He didn't even give face to the 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch. They were extremely excited, while the surrounding alchemists were furious. How dare he speak to the 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings in such a manner? They were really angry. Ninth-grade Pill Kings were the top existences in their eyes. They had to be respectful when they saw them. How dare a young kid in front of them be so arrogant? It was really intolerable. Chapter 3154. As expected, the faces of the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings darkened with anger. The flames in their bodies were like volcanoes that could erupt at any time. The Tianfeng Pavilion's pavilion master was about to pee his pants. Qi Siyu smiled bitterly. To be honest, she couldn't intervene at all. At this moment, a young man walked out. Tiny red flames danced on his body. Although they were weak, their power was enough to shock everyone. Kid, you're too reckless. How dare you talk to 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings like that? Do you know what a Tier 9 Pill King represents? Looks like you don't even have the right to enter our circle. His face was full of arrogance as he said this. The surrounding people exclaimed in shock. This is Pill King, He-Tu's disciple. That's right, I'm his master strength. How can a kid like you understand? Another person walked out. This was Pill King He-Yu's disciple. The appearance of these two shocked the others. The disciples of the 2 Tier 9 Pill Kings were also very powerful. Among them, Pill King He-Tu's disciple was a Tier 5 Pill King. Pill King He-Yu's disciple was even more powerful. He was a Tier 6 Pill King. Of course, he was older than the previous one, but it was already very terrifying, because the other party was only around 500 years old. He was young and promising. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Oh, is your master very powerful? Can he cure the Qi family's patriarch's injury? Qi family's patriarch's injury. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Even the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings were stunned, because this was no secret. The Qi family's patriarch had been severely injured after he came back from the abyss 300 years ago. They had invited many Pill Kings to treat him, but none of them could cure him. Therefore, the entire circle of alchemists knew that even a 9th Tier Pill King was helpless against it. It was even rumored that the Qi family had paid a huge price to invite a half-step saint alchemist to treat him. In the end, he still couldn't cure him. Therefore, the Qi family's patriarch's injury had become the final conclusion of the entire alchemy circle. Unless a pill saint appeared, no one would be able to cure him. Therefore, Pill King He-Tu's disciple snorted coldly when he heard Lin Xian's words. Of course they knew. It was better if no one knew. Even a half-step alchemy saint could not cure him. Only a true pill saint would be able to do so. However, pill saints were extremely rare existences. It would be very difficult for it to appear. The others nodded as well, because this matter was not a secret in the alchemy world. However, they were puzzled. Why would the other party bring this up? Could it be that the other party's master had a way to deal with it? What a joke! However, in the next moment they were dumbfounded. Lin Xian said proudly, "You can't, but I can." These words were like a sudden clap of thunder, shocking everyone. They were all stunned. Heavens, what did this brat say? He could. Pill King, He-Tu's disciple, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After the others recovered from their shock, they burst into laughter as if they had heard the funniest joke. The 3 ninth grade Elixir Kings snorted coldly, their eyes filled with disdain. Initially, he thought that the other party was an expert, but who would have thought that it was just an arrogant and ignorant brat? How could such a person contend against them? He was overestimating himself. Seeing the surrounding jeers, Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. Neilin Yanran, Qingqing 3 people, on the other hand, were extremely shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian actually had such capabilities. However, hearing those Elixir King's words, they were suspicious. Forget about them. Even the Tianfeng Pavilion's pavilion lord was also suspicious, because this news of his was seriously too shocking. It was simply impossible to be true. However, at this time, Qi Siyu stepped forward and said softly, "What Lin Gongzi said is right. He indeed has a way to treat my ancestors' injuries." Ugh! Those elixir kings who were still mocking around instantly stopped laughing. The smiles on their faces became incomparably ugly. It was as if their necks were being pinched by someone, unable to breathe. How was this possible? Finally, that disciple of Pill King, he too screamed. This was impossible. Second miss, you wouldn't have been deceived by him, right? One had to know, something that even a half-step elixir king could not do. How could he, a brat, do it? Elixir King Blackfeather's disciple similarly stepped forward. That's right, second miss. You mustn't be deceived by his flowery words. To be honest, Qi Siyu also doubted it. However, after that incident, she asked her ancestor. Her ancestor was extremely happy, feeling that he had found hope. Qi Siyu was very confident in her ancestor. Since her ancestor believed in something, then she naturally believed it to be true. Therefore, she was incomparably respectful towards Lin Xian. At this moment, facing the ridicule of these elixir kings, Qi Siyu said coldly, this matter was absolutely true. Lin Gongzi indeed had the ability to do so. The two outstanding disciples of Elixir King, He Tu and Elixir King Blackfeather, were so angry that they vomited blood. The surrounding Elixir Kings were also stunned when they heard this. At this moment, 3 ninth-grade Elixir Kings opened their mouths. Little kid, what ability do you have to be able to bewitch the second miss of the Qi family? I'm afraid it's because of this reason that the second miss of the Qi family gave you the Purple Abyss Cauldron. Humph! Misleading people with lies. With just you? You don't deserve the Purple Abyss Cauldron. The 3 ninth-grade Elixir Kings were also enraged. They originally thought that the other party had some ability, but they did not expect that the other party was just a braggart. Master, don't worry. I'll teach this kid a lesson. Elixir King, He Tu's disciple, quickly bowed and said. In the next moment, he walked out. Kid, do you dare to have a match with me? He wanted to expose Lin Xian in front of everyone. Hearing this, the surrounding people were interested. Yes, we'll know after a match. This kid probably can't even refine a first-grade king-grade elixir. Let's see how he'll embarrass himself then. Kid, I won't bully you. I'll use half of my strength to compete with you. How about it? Elixir King, He Tu's disciple, was very arrogant. However, Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. You're not qualified to be my opponent. Let your master come out. What? The surrounding people were in an uproar. This guy is too arrogant. Elixir King, He Tu's disciple, roared in anger. Kid, you're too presumptuous. Do you know who my master is? How dare you challenge him? If you want to challenge my master, you'll have to defeat me first. He was really angry. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, completely ignoring him. He did not care about a mere 5th-grade Elixir King. One had to know that whether it was the Saint Breakthrough Elixir that he refined or the Qi family's Patriarch's Elixir, they were all at the half-step Saint grade. In other words, Lin Xian was definitely at the half-step pill Saint level now. He did not care about a mere 5th-grade Elixir King. Not to mention this person. Even the 3 ninth-grade Elixir Kings were not worthy of his attention. Chapter 3155. I've lived for almost 2,000 years, but I've never seen such an arrogant junior. All right, since that's the case, I'll make my move. Pill King, He too walked out. Everyone was in an uproar. What's going on? A 9th-grade Pill King is going to make his move? Master! Pill King, He too's disciple, exclaimed in surprise. In his opinion, the other party couldn't even beat him, let alone his master. However, Pill King, He too waved his hand. He seemed to have planned this beforehand. However, there's a price to pay for fighting me. If you lose, you have to give me the Purple Abyss Cauldron. How about that? Purple abyss cauldron? No problem. Lin Xian waved his hand. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion also exclaimed in a low voice. In his opinion, it was impossible for Lin Gongzi to win against Lin Xian. In fact, Qi Xiu felt a little uneasy, although she knew that Lin Xian was especially valued by her ancestor. Moreover, she also knew that Lin Xian's combat strength was very strong. As for alchemy, Qi Xiu had never seen it before. You really agree? Pil King, he too was stunned, then his face was filled with joy. On the other hand, Pil King Blackfeather and Pil King Red Lotus's expression changed. Oh no, I didn't expect this guy to have such an idea. Damn it, I was too late. It's over. Is the purple abyss cauldron going to be taken by this guy? Both of them were very unwilling to accept this. However, the other party had already made his move. There was nothing they could do now. As for defeating Pil King he too? What a joke. They didn't believe that a young boy could win against Pil Kings of their level. Of course they were serious. Lin Xian said, "But what if you lose?" "I lose? Ha 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 ha." Pil King, he too looked up and laughed. "If I lose, you can ask for anything." He too will definitely do it. All right, it's a deal. Lin Xian's eyes were shining with a cold and fiery light. "If you lose, you have to give me a 7,000-year-old Heaven's End Cliff." Heaven's End Cliff. The surrounding Pil Kings were stunned. Pil King, he too's voice, but his eyes were wide open. His eyes suddenly widened. "What did you say? Heaven's End Cliff? That kind of spirit medicine that was almost extinct. You want a 7,000-year-old one?" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The other two Pil Kings were also stunned. This little fellow had such a big tone. "What, you don't dare?" Lin Xian glanced at him and said coldly. The purple abyss cauldron was at least at the half-step saint level. Could it be that it could not compare to a single Heaven's End Cliff? A dignified 9th-tier Pil King didn't even have this bit of courage? Lin Xian shook his head in disappointment. This scene infuriated the surrounding alchemists so much that they wanted to vomit blood. "Damn, you're just a little brat. Where did your confidence come from? Do you really think that you've won against Pil King he too? That was a 9th-grade Pil King. Get your facts straight." Sure enough, Elixir King, he too also calmed down, and a smile appeared on his face. The Heaven's End Cliff was indeed very difficult to find, not to mention a 7,000-year-old one. However, he had full confidence in himself. How could he lose to a brat? Thus, he did not need to prepare any Heaven's End Cliff at all. He only needed to agree to this competition. All right, this old man agrees. Elixir King, he too smiled. Words were no guarantee. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a blank jade slip bloomed in the air. Buzz! Lin Xian placed his conditions on the jade slip. On the other side, Elixir King, he too frowned, but soon she sneered and wrote her conditions on the jade slip as well. The jade slip shone brightly, and Lin Xian took it in his hand and handed it to Qi Xiu. "Xiu, you can take this." Lin Xian was not worried at all that Elixir King, he too, would go back on his word. If Qi Xiu went back on her word, the jade slip would be announced to the world, and Elixir King, he too's reputation would come to an end. By then, no one would dare to invite such a person. The others were stunned when they saw this scene. Was this guy courting death? Yes, if he reneged on his word and escaped, or if the Qi family protected him, even Elixir King, he too, would not be able to do anything. However, if he wanted to sign a contract, the Qi family would not protect him. Not only that, he even dared to say that he could cure the Qi family's ancestral patriarch. If he lost, the Qi family would chop him into pieces. Elixir King, he too's disciple sneered. "Kid, let's see how you're going to die." Lin Xian said calmly, "Tell me, what do you want to compete in?" He did not care about the competition at all. He did not expect to finally complete another stock. Among the 1,306 spirit herbs he collected, there were about 900 stalks. Although it was difficult to collect them, it only took a little time. The remaining 300 stalks were more precious, but they could be found easily if given to a big family like the Chi family. However, there were 5 stalks that were more precious. Some of them were even extinct. The Heaven's End Cliff was one of them. Even the Chi family would not be able to find them in a short time. He did not expect to be able to solve it through a competition. What an unexpected surprise. What an arrogant kid. Elixir King, he too snorted when he heard Lin Xian's nonchalant words. However, he was very patient. Soon, the Purple Abyss Cauldron would be his. How about this? Refining pills is too time-consuming. Why don't we compete in fire? Compete in fire! The eyes of the surrounding Elixir Kings lit up when they heard that. Every Elixir King had to master fire, but each person's mastery of fire was different. As for the competition of fire, it was also a relatively common way for these alchemists to fight. The stronger the fire, the deeper the understanding of fire, and the higher the success rate of refining pills. This also reflected the elixir master's ability. Therefore, in their opinion, competing in fire would be able to determine the strength of both parties and their elixir masters. Elixir King, He Too's disciple, raised his head, his eyes filled with confidence. He knew very well how terrifying his master's flames were. It seemed that the kid could not even take one hit. Elixir King Blackfeather and Elixir King Red Lotus frowned. This Elixir King, he too was a bully. Well, he's too cunning. He's one step ahead of us. Their faces were extremely ugly. Lin Xian was also taken aback, his expression strange. Competing in fire? One had to know that he had comprehended the power of fire that was close to the Tao. Moreover, this power was extremely terrifying. After going through the saint's residence and the cliff of enlightenment, this power that was close to the Tao was close to the fragments of the law of fire. At this moment, the other party dared to compete in fire with him. Was he not courting death? All right, as you wish. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. I'll give you a chance. Show me your strongest fire ability, or you won't have a chance. Kid, how dare you? This is what I want to say to you. Elixir King, he too roared. He had a bad temper to begin with. When he heard this, his lungs were about to explode. How dare the other party look down on him? Chapter 3156. The others were almost numb. They thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant and had a death wish. What do you know? My master's 7 flames connecting sky is a terrifying divine ability. Using this divine ability to refine pills will greatly increase the success rate. It's famous in the alchemy world. You don't know what's good for you. Just you wait. Elixir King, he too said coldly. Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. Hurry up and use your strongest skill. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance if I make a move. I've already given you a chance. Don't blame me if you don't take it. Elixir King, he too was almost 2,000 years old and was a 9th grade Elixir King. Why would he take the initiative to attack a kid? You want me to make the first move? Fine, I won't hold back then. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It seemed that his opponent was the one who didn't know what was good for him. He stretched out his finger and a ball of golden flame danced on his fingertip. Then he flicked it out gently. What was this kid doing? Everyone was stunned when they saw that. Instead of using his strongest divine ability, he flicked out a small flame the size of a soybean. Was he competing with a 9th grade Elixir King? Was this a joke? Elixir King, he too's disciple's mouth twitched. Oh no, his master was definitely angry. Elixir King, he too's face darkened. His aura suddenly erupted and swept across the 9 heavens. He was indeed angry. Even if his opponent was an ant, he would not show mercy. However, his expression changed in the next moment. Wait, that flame? His face became extremely frightened and his body began to tremble. The monstrous sea of fire that rushed out of his body dimmed in an instant and was about to be extinguished. It was as if he was a subject worshipping the emperor. What was going on? Damn it. Attack for me. Elixir King. He too was stunned. He could not use the 7 flames connecting sky that he was so proud of. Damn it. He roared angrily and activated the armor on his body to form a strong defense. He wanted to take the attack head-on. Boom! Whoosh! The golden flame the size of a soybean hit the armor and then suddenly exploded. It turned into a golden sea that covered the sky and enveloped Elixir King, He Tuesday. In the next moment, Pill King, He too let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. His entire body was pitch black and his hair was standing on end. He looked extremely wretched. The surrounding Pill Kings opened their mouths wide and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. What's going on? Pill King, he too was defeated? This was impossible. How could Master be defeated? Pill Monarch, he too's disciple, was stunned. Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus were equally stunned. What the hell? How could he too be defeated? The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion was stupefied. The group of elders was stupefied. Chi Siu was similarly stunned. The geniuses of the major clans in the distance were also stunned. For a time, the entire hall was silent. Who are you? Pill King. He too's voice trembled. No one knew that his armor had been shattered. This was a top-grade armor. Furthermore, it was most adept at defending against fire-type attacks. But now, a small flame had shattered it. What was even more frightening was that he couldn't even unleash the slightest bit of fire attribute power in front of that ball of flame. What kind of flame was that? Damn kid! How dare you use despicable means to ambush my master? I'll kill you! Pill King, he too's disciple roared and charged forward. However, he was slapped into the ground in midair. Pill King, he too slapped his disciple to the ground and said coldly, "Idiot, get out of my sight!" Master? The young man was stupefied. Pill King, he too snorted and knelt down to apologize. Plop! The young man knelt on the ground, trembling. He knew how hot-tempered his master was. The others were also stunned. Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus were also stunned. What was going on? Pill King, he too. How did you lose? Pill King, he too's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't answer but stared at Lin Xian, as if he was trying to verify something. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "Remember a 7,000-year-old Duantin cliff. Aren't you doubting whether I can cure the Qi family's patriarch? When you go to the Qi family, bring this spiritual herb with you. Otherwise, I'll take your head." At this point, Lin Xian's aura suddenly became fierce. It was as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed, causing everyone to gasp for breath. What a terrifying person! Everyone's expression changed. How could this young man's aura be so terrifying? Pill King, he too's disciple, almost fainted. He was too strong. He couldn't even withstand a wisp of his opponent's aura. Now he was grateful to his master. If his master didn't save him, he would be a dead man by now. A top expert. Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus's pupils shrank. They didn't expect this young man to be so strong. However, at the same time, they frowned. Being strong in combat didn't mean that he was good at alchemy. Otherwise, why would they need alchemists? What? You two are not convinced? Fine, I'll give you a chance to fight. However, if you lose, you have to give me a western sand and a dreamy fruit. These were also 2 extremely precious spiritual herbs. Some of the Pill Kings had never heard of them. What do you think, Red Lotus? Pill King Blackfeather asked coldly. Isn't it just a dreamy fruit? Although it's difficult to get, I can still get it. Moreover, I also want to see why Hichu lost. Red Lotus said in a delicate voice. All right, then leave the Huan River sand to me. The 2 of them made their moves one after another. However, they soon experienced Pill King He too's despair. They also knew why Hichu was so shocked. In the opponent's flames, they couldn't use their fire abilities at all. They were completely suppressed. Who the hell are you? The two Pill Kings screamed as if they had seen a ghost. This caused the other Pill Kings to be stunned. What was going on? Even Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus were defeated. And they were defeated so thoroughly. Just a small golden flame was enough to make 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings so terrified. Who the hell was this person? Now, no one dared to underestimate Lin Xian anymore. Because Lin Xian was really too mysterious. You don't deserve to know who I am. Lin Xian said proudly. Remember, 3 spiritual herbs. When you go to the Qi family, bring them with you. If Lin Xian had said something like this before, the alchemists around them would have bent over in laughter. However, they didn't dare to do so now. They were even trembling in fear. The 3 Pill Kings were defeated so easily. This meant that the opponent was absolutely terrifying, completely beyond their understanding. Such a person was like a legend. They couldn't afford to provoke him. The 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings smiled bitterly. They didn't expect that after spending nearly 2,000 years, they thought that they were at the peak of alchemy and had no opponents. Now, they met such a young person who defeated them so easily. Chapter 3157. Although they had to pay a heavy price, they were convinced of their loss. Don't worry. He too am a man of my word. When the time comes, the Heaven's End Cliff will be yours. Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus were the same. They had been famous 9th-grade Pill Kings for a long time. Naturally, they would not go back on their word. Good. Lin Xian nodded. After dealing with the 3 extremely precious spirit herbs, Lin Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. With a wave of his hand, countless sword qi intertwined in the air, forming the names of the spirit herbs one after another. In the next moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded. I know that many of you have good relations with the 9 superclans and even the Qin family. I have suppressed Chen Rufing's soul and told Qinjia to come see me with the spirit herbs. See clearly, these are the spirit herbs. Tell the Qin family to get ready. Otherwise, I will take Chen Rufing's life. The entire hall was shocked again. The geniuses and disciples of the superclans were stunned. Earlier, they had thought that Lin Xian was only joking around. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would really do such a thing? They looked at the names of the spirit herbs in the sky and quickly memorized them. The alchemists around them were also stunned. What was going on? What Qin Rufeng? After a brief understanding, they swallowed their saliva. Many alchemists began to tremble. This was a god of death. He too and the other 2 ninth-grade Pill Kings were also shocked. Firstly, they were shocked by Lin Xian's methods and strength. He was too powerful. He even dared to provoke the Qin family and the 9 superclans. At the same time, they were even more shocked by the number of spirit herbs in the sky. There were only 100 of them. Moreover, these spirit herbs were very precious. This kid must be collecting spirit herbs to refine some kind of pill. But what kind of pill would require so many ingredients? They found it hard to believe. They felt that this medicinal pill had already surpassed their understanding. What a mysterious young man. The 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings shook their heads. They did not want to think about it. I will give the Chun family 10 days to prepare. Come to the Chun family to see me after 10 days. Lin Xian's figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. His voice reverberated in the hall. Was there going to be an earthquake? The Chun family would definitely not let this matter rest. The same went for the 9 superclans. The genius disciples in the hall quickly left the place. Some of them went to inform the Qin family, while others frantically collected information on Lin Xian. Who was it that dared to be so arrogant? Pill King he too, and the others took a deep breath. Let's go. Pill King Blackfish smiled wryly. Of course. I promised you a cleansing creek muslin. That's not easy to find. Pill King Red Lotus smiled bitterly as well. Her enchanting face was filled with bitterness. She also agreed to a dreamy fruit. It seemed that he would have to put in a lot of effort to get it. These alchemists also left one after another. There was no need to think from today onwards. Return Cloud Planet's alchemy world would definitely stir up a storm. Because of Lin Xian's powerful arrival, these alchemists went crazy. After everyone left, the pavilion master of the Tianfeng Pavilion asked in a trembling voice, "Second miss, who is this Lin Gongzi?" Him. Qi Xiu shook her head slightly. "I don't know either." But in her heart she was amazed. This was probably a legend. Lin Xian gave her too much of a shock. Today he fought with 3 ninth-grade pill kings and won easily. This scene shocked Qi Xiu. This was not something a ninth-grade pill king could do. Only a half-step pill saint who surpassed a ninth-grade pill king or a true pill saint could do it. Lin Xian had reached a height that she could only look up to. At the same time, she was wild with joy. The stronger Lin Xian was, the more likely it was that their patriarch's injury could be cured. Therefore, Qi Xiu decided to stand firmly on Lin Xian's side in the future. She would not let Lin Xian suffer the slightest bit of harm. Nailin Yanran and the others were also stunned. Previously, Lin Xian was already very powerful in their hearts. However, today's scene made them realize that Lin Xian was like a mystery. The closer they got, the more they could not see clearly. A bitter smile appeared on Nailin Yanran's beautiful face. Originally, she wanted something to happen between her and Lin Xian. But now it seemed that it was impossible. Such a person was too powerful. He was so powerful that she could only look up to him. She glanced at Qi Xiu and sighed in her heart. Perhaps even the second daughter of the Qi family did not have such a chance. She wondered what kind of woman was worthy of such a peerless genius. Lin Xian had left, but the storm was still raging on. What happened in Heavenly Square Pavilion spread at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the entire northern continent knew about it. They were shocked. Not only that, but a storm was also set off in the alchemy world. A mysterious top alchemist had easily defeated 3 ninth-grade pill kings. This news stunned them. After the Chen family received the news, they went completely crazy. Qin Rafeng was the hope of the Qin family. He was a top genius who could enter the ancient path of the starry sky in the future. Who dared to touch him? No one in the entire northern continent dared to touch him. But now, Chen Rufeng's physical body was destroyed and his soul was suppressed. He could even be killed at any time. This was unacceptable to the Chen family. Damn it, we must catch the culprit. Tear him into pieces. The Chen family's experts roared crazily. However, some elders shook their heads. No, we can't be rash. Feng, Er's soul is still in the hands of the culprit. If we act rashly, the culprit will directly kill Feng, Er's soul. In that case, Feng will be completely killed. He will never be able to be resurrected. This is not the outcome we want to see. Yes, that's right. We have to save Feng first. Then we will tear that kid into pieces. The Chen family's experts discussed quickly. The Chen family's patriarch was a very dignified, middle-aged man. He said coldly, "Let's work together with the 9 great families." Didn't he want the elixirs? Then let's get the elixirs for him. Let's see if he has the life to enjoy them. Hearing the Chen family's patriarch's words, the experts' lips curled into a sinister smile. They knew that the kid who provoked them was dead meat. Even if he had the Qi family's help, it would not be enough. In order to prevent the Qi family from interfering, let's quickly work together with the 9 great families. After collecting all the elixirs he needs, we will send a large group of experts to assassinate him secretly. As long as that kid hands over Feng, Er's soul, we will kill him mercilessly. Soon, the Chen family's patriarch and the 9 great families' elders and experts met secretly. The 9 great families collected those elixirs like crazy. Under such crazy collection, all the elixirs that Lin Xian needed were collected. Is it done? Then it's time for us to act. The Chen family's patriarch's lips curled into a cold smile. Chapter 3158. Family Head Chen, what should we do? The elders of the 9 families asked. Family Head Chen sneered. Of course, they would send a large group of experts to attack him. Judging from his appearance, he should be a top expert at the king level, and he had a good relationship with the Qi family. There should be other experts guarding him. But so what? This time, the people we sent out were absolutely rude. Even if there were experts from the Qi family, they could kill him in one blow. By then, would the Qi family start a war with them for a dead person? How many experts would Family Head Chen send? The elders of the 9 families asked. Family Head Chen said coldly, I will send 10 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm, and I will personally lead the team. The elders of the 9 superclans were stunned for a moment before they sucked in a cold breath of air. That was a big move. 10 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm, and Family Head Chen himself was a top expert. This battle prowess could be said to be extremely strong. No one in the younger generation could resist it. Great. The 9 families will send 50 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm, the elders said with a smile. Family Head Chen nodded slightly. Good, then we will go back and gather the experts. A day later, 50 experts at the great fulfillment of the 9 families appeared in the Qin family. Family Head Chen led 10 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm. In front of them, there was a purple spiritual boat that was emitting a mysterious light. This spiritual boat was called the Hidden Spiritual Boat. It could hide in the void, and the invincible realm experts could not detect it. By then, you will hide in this spiritual boat and follow me. After I exchange foam, or his soul, we will kill him. Great. The experts of the 9 families all laughed. With the hidden spiritual boat, that kid would definitely not discover it. When they attacked, even if that kid had 100 lives, it would not be enough to kill him. Hee, this kid provoked us again. Let's see how he will die this time. Humph, it won't be that easy for him to die. We will skin him alive and torture him for 100 years. I will let him know the consequences of going against us. Family Head Chen's expression was extremely cold. In the next moment, all the experts boarded the hidden spiritual boat, while Family Head Chen rose into the air and flew into the distance. Tianfeng Pavilion. Lin Xian was cultivating in a secret room when his brows suddenly twitched, because his soul perceived that a flying sword was descending from the sky and heading straight for Tianfeng Pavilion. Whoa! Lin Xian's eyes flickered. A huge golden hand formed above the Tianfeng Pavilion and grabbed the flying sword. In the next moment, he disappeared. In the secret chamber, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In front of him was a black flying sword with a jade slip on it. Zhang Xian sent his primordial spirit into the jade slip and received a set of information. 1,000,000 miles away, in the Divine Wolf Valley, they were exchanging spirit medicines and foam, soul. Lin Xian smiled when he heard the news. He knew that it was probably someone from the Qin family. Who would have thought that the Chen family would have such means? In such a short time, he was able to collect all the spirit herbs that he wanted. What an unexpected surprise! Lin Xian did not know at this moment that not only the Chen family, but the 9 great families also went all out and spared no expense to complete the collection in a short time. However, this did not matter to him, because whether it was the Chen family or the 9 great families, he did not take them seriously at all. Divine Wolf Valley 1,000,000 miles away, Lin Xian soared into the sky and left Tianfeng Pavilion. He identified a direction and flew into the distance. 1,000,000 miles away in the Divine Wolf Valley. This was a very famous valley. Rumor had it that back then, a monstrous great demon once cultivated here. In the end, that great demon king went to the extraterrestrial region, and this valley was left behind and was called the Divine Wolf Valley by later generations. At this moment, in the Divine Wolf Valley, stood a middle-aged man in a black robe. He had his hands behind his back, his expression cold, and his eyes flickering with a piercing cold light. He was the Chun family's family head. Apart from him, in the void near the Divine Wolf Valley, there was a purple spirit boat hidden. It was the hidden spiritual boat. There were 60 9-star perfection powerhouses in the hidden spiritual boat. A 9-star great perfection expert was already very terrifying and heaven-defying. If 60 of them appeared together, they could really crush everything. Therefore, this was also the reason why the Chen family's family head rushed over to exchange with Lin Xian. In his opinion, even with the Qi family's protection, he would not be able to withstand their thunderous attack. Oh, here it comes. In the valley, the Chun family's family head raised his head, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He sensed that there was an aura rushing over quickly. Not long after, a black figure descended from the sky and landed in the valley. You are that Lin Xian? Murderous intent appeared in the Chen family's family head's eyes as he stared at the young man in a red robe in front of him. That's right, I am. Have you brought the item? After Lin Xian landed, he asked indifferently. The spiritual medicine is here. I want to take a look at Feng, first. The Chun family's family head waved his hand, and a black ring appeared in front of him and kept floating. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also waved his hand, and a 9-story pagoda appeared inside. There was an illusory figure inside. The figure floated inside the 9-story pagoda. When he saw the middle-aged man outside, he immediately revealed a look of joy. Father, save me. Feng, the Chun family's family head's pupils constricted. He did not expect that Chun Rufing's soul would also be severely injured. At this moment, he had become so weak. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. An entire valley trembled. A terrifying power enveloped everything. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He said coldly, Why? Do you want to fight? Try it. If you dare to move, I will destroy Chun Rufing's body and soul. Damn brat, how dare you? The Chun family's family head roared angrily, but he still did not make a move, because he was not 100% confident that he could save Qin Rafeng. Moreover, he had already made arrangements. Now was not the time to make a move. Humph. He withdrew his murderous intent and said coldly, Let Fenger go. Sure, but I want to test the medicine first. Humph. The Chun family's family head waved his hand, and the black ring beside him flew over. He was not worried that the other party would escape because there was an inescapable ambush around. After Lin Xian received the black ring, his soul force immediately probed it. Then he nodded in satisfaction. The head was right. 280 spiritual herbs. Moreover, they were all very old and met his requirements very well. Lin Xian transferred all the spiritual herbs into the black earth and then shattered the storage ring. In the next moment, he waved his hand and the 9-story pagoda trembled, releasing Chun Rufing's soul. Father, Chun Rufing's soul quickly left and came to the Chun family's family head side. The Chun family's family head heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly took out a blue gourd and carefully kept Chun Rufing's soul. It was a spirit-nourishing gourd. It was a very precious magic treasure that could nourish a person's soul. At this moment, it was the most suitable for Chun Rafeng. After carefully keeping it, the Chun family's family head heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he looked at Lin Xian, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. Chapter 3159. Kid, how dare you hurt my Feng? And demand such an exorbitant price. Do you really think my Qin family is a pushover? Today, I'll make you pay the price in blood. Oh, what do you want? Lin Xian originally wanted to leave, but when he heard this, he turned around and snorted coldly. Your son was the one provoking me throughout the entire process, and I was forced to make a move. Why? You want to stand up for your son. You? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He could tell that the other party was a 9-star perfected stage powerhouse, and his strength could be said to be very terrifying. But in front of him he was like an ant. Seeing the disdain in Lin Xian's eyes, the Qin family's patriarch was completely enraged. Damn it, I was actually looked down on by a kid? How can I tolerate this? As the patriarch of the Qin family, his status was extremely noble, and he's a 9-star perfected stage cultivator. How terrifying is his strength? Who dares to look down on me? Even the Qi family wouldn't dare to look down on me. Even Qi Siyu would have to respectfully call me senior in front of me. But now, how dare he look down on me? The Chen family's patriarch felt like his lungs were about to explode. He was so angry that he laughed. Good kid, you're really arrogant. No wonder you dare to go against my Qin family. However, you're too reckless. Do you really think I came here on my own? Oh, do you have a helper? Then hurry up and call him out. Lin Xian wasn't surprised at all. He had long seen that there was a spirit boat hidden in the void outside, although it was hidden very well, and no one in the King realm knew about it. However, Lin Xian's soul was extremely powerful. In addition, the heavenly secret divine eyes were unparalleled, so he had long seen through it. However, with his strength, he wasn't afraid at all. As long as it wasn't a true half-sage or sage, no one could defeat him. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Chun family's patriarch waved his hand and said coldly, Come in. In the distance, the void broke open, and a purple spirit boat rushed in and floated above the valley. In the next moment, the door of the spirit boat opened, and figures floated in the void like gods and demons. They descended quickly. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled and the void shattered. One figure after another descended from the sky, bringing with them a terrifying force. 1, 2, 3, and so on. There were a total of 60 figures, and each of them had an aura that coiled around them like a dragon. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter the void. 69 star perfection experts, including the Chun family's patriarch. There were 61 of them. This was definitely an incomparably terrifying force. Most likely, anyone here would be scared *** less. Brat, I know that you have a good relationship with the Qi clan. Let the hidden experts of the Qi clan come out. The patriarch of the Chun clan said loudly. With 60 perfect earthly sovereigns standing beside him, he was very confident that he could control the entire situation. Lin Xian was also surprised. He had not expected that there would be 60 great fulfillment experts hidden in the spirit boat. In the next moment, his gaze turned gloomy, and a biting cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. It seemed that the other party did not intend to let him live. If he wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape today. Since the other party wanted to kill him, then don't blame him. An expert from the Qi clan? There are no Qi clan experts. I came here myself. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. What? As soon as he said that, the 60 perfect earthly sovereigns opposite him were stunned. The patriarch of the Qin clan was also stunned. Then he looked up to the sky and laughed. Brat, I don't know if you're really an idiot or just too confident. How dare you come here alone? If that's the case, then kneel on the ground obediently. Not only him, but the experts behind him also laughed. How could a young brat come here alone and face so many of them? How could he possibly survive? Any one of them would probably be able to crush him. The best thing for him to do now was to kneel down obediently, kowtow, admit his mistake, and beg for mercy. However, even so, they would not let him off. They would use the cruelest method to torture him to death. Brat, don't worry, we won't kill you. We have 1,000 ways to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Humph. How dare you kill the geniuses of the 9 superclans? Today, you won't be able to leave. Those experts snorted coldly. The patriarch of the Qin clan also sneered. Now you know how powerful the Qin clan and the 9 superclans are, right? How dare you hurt my phone? I'll make you pay a painful price. With just you? You want to make me pay a painful price? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian shook his head in disdain. They were just a bunch of 9 perfect, earthly sovereigns. What was there to be afraid of? One must know that he had comprehended 2 types of power that were close to the Tao. Among them, the power of fire was close to the power of laws. This power had completely surpassed that of a king. No matter how many perfect earthly sovereigns came, they would not be able to compete with him at all. Therefore, in front of him, the 61 perfect earthly sovereigns were no different from ants. You're about to die, and you're still so stubborn? Brat, it seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin. The experts of the 9 super clans snorted coldly. Immediately, 2 perfect earthly sovereigns walked out. Since you won't admit your mistake obediently, then we'll break your legs and make you kneel on the ground. Then, we'll cut off your flesh piece by piece. The 2 perfect earthly sovereigns revealed sinister smiles. They were not careless and attacked together. This was because they knew that the other party was definitely a genius, since he could injure Qinrufeng. However, so what if he was a genius? Could he beat the 2 of them together? Buzz. One of them opened his mouth and spat out a blood-colored wave of air. It turned into a sea of blood and rolled forward. The sea of blood was extremely terrifying. Even a 9-star sovereign would melt instantly if he touched it. The other expert stretched out a large palm. The clouds that filled the sky followed the palm and fell from the sky. It was like a world. The 2 superpowers rushed toward Lin Xian in an instant. Just the 2 of you? You're courting death. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. His body shone brightly like a golden god of war. With a wave of his arm, boundless golden flames spread and turned into 2 large golden hands in the sky. Boom! The sea of blood in the sky was shattered. The 2 large golden hands grabbed the bodies of the 2 perfect earthly sovereigns and then slammed them to the ground. With a boom, the ground shattered and terrifying cracks appeared in all directions. The bodies of the 2 perfect earthly sovereigns were shattered, and they knelt in front of Lin Xian. You want me to kowtow and admit my mistake? Kneel in front of me and accept your death. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding perfect earthly sovereigns were all stunned. Their eyes were wide open as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe it at all. How was this possible? The 2 perfect earthly sovereigns who were pressed to the ground screamed crazily. Damn it! Get lost! However, no matter how they roared or resisted, they could not break free. They could only kneel on the ground. A bunch of ants! How dare you be arrogant in front of me? All of you! Kneel and accept your death. I can leave your corpses intact. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Chapter 3160. On the other side, the Chun family head's face darkened. Damn it, don't be careless. This kid is an expert. Let's attack together. Yes. This time, 10 people walked out. Each of them was like a mountain with the momentum of Mount Tai. As soon as they appeared, the entire space of heaven and earth froze. Heaven and earth quickly shattered. The 10 people took a step forward, and the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. The pressure was too great. 9-star kings couldn't bear it at all. However, Lin Xian stood there and sneered. His body was not affected in the slightest. A mere 10 people dared to be arrogant in front of him. One had to know that his 9-yang divine body had reached the half-step sage realm. Even the power that was close to the Tao couldn't hurt him, let alone these people. Buzz. The 10 perfect perfection powerhouses attacked, and they used their peerless divine abilities. Terrifying energy filled heaven and earth, and they attacked Lin Xian together. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian only said 2 words: annihilate. In the next moment, the divine abilities that filled the sky disintegrated and disappeared without a trace. The bodies of the 10 perfect perfection powerhouses trembled, and then they exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist that scattered in all directions. What? Dead. When the other powerhouses saw this scene, their eyeballs almost popped out. Many people were so scared that they wet their pants. The Chun family head and the elders of the 9 great families also felt their scalps go numb. Damn it! What was going on? Where were the 10 powerhouses? If they were shocked when Lin Xian made 2 perfect perfection powerhouses kneel down. Now, this scene directly scared them silly. They didn't see Lin Xian make a move. Those were 10 kings of the consummate level. Even if he wanted to kill them, he should have fought until the heavens shook and the earth shattered. But there was nothing. The other party only said 2 words, and the 10 top powerhouses on their side were killed. There wasn't even a trace of resistance. Damn it, what kind of divine ability did this kid use? Many people were terrified. The Chun family head shook his head frantically. Impossible. He couldn't be so strong. There was an expert from the Qi family in the dark. Once these words were spoken, everyone acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They all propped up their king's spirit domain, and some even took out more than 10 killing arrays, enveloping the entire Divine Wolf Valley. Qin Rafeng said ferociously from the blue gourd, "Father, don't hesitate anymore. Let's attack together and kill him quickly." When the Chun family's patriarch heard this, he flipped his hand and took out a disc array. Then he set up an array formation. He said, "Everyone, let's attack together. I've used this formation to isolate the entire valley. That Brett definitely won't be able to escape." These people nodded. The remaining dozens of invincible kings walked forward together. This time they did not hold back. Even the patriarch of the Chun clan had drawn his sword. In front of him, Lin Xian also moved. With a wave of his hand, 2 large golden palms slammed down, turning the 2 kneeling kings into a bloody mist. Whoa! Golden flames danced on his body. "Sword, come!" With a cold shout, the endless flames condensed into a light sword, which he held in his hand. Chop! As he spoke, the flaming sword in his hand continued to grow in size. Like a flaming dragon, it slashed down. Boom! Flames surged into the sky, and a terrifying storm danced. The sky was instantly split into 2 halves. There were monstrous flames and terrifying sword chi everywhere. The divine abilities unleashed by the dozens of kings in the Great Circle were all being burned and shattered. Damn it! How is this possible? Their scalps went numb. The elders shrieked as if they had gone mad. This aura. Their bodies couldn't bear it at all, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. A power that was close to Tao. This was a power that was close to Tao. Finally, one of the elders screamed. What a power that was close to Tao! These kings were all crazy. How could he have this kind of power? Who on earth was he? How could they not be shocked? One had to know that although they were 9 stars perfection powerhouses, in front of a power that was close to Tao, they were like ants. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Only by comprehending the power of the same realm could they compete with the other party. Damn it, this was a figure on Gao Peng's level. These powerhouses panicked and kept retreating. Because not long ago, Gao Peng and the Nether King's performance in the Battle of Tianqiong Wind shocked the world. To them, a power that was close to Tao was the power of God. Who on earth was he? Which sect was this expert from? Qin family head, this is all your fault. What should we do? The people of the 9 superfamilies roared crazily, and they all looked at the middle-aged man. The Chen family head's face turned black, and he was so angry that his whole body trembled. How could he know that the other party was a peerless genius who had comprehended Tao? If he knew, he wouldn't have dared to go against the other party. Feng, who on earth was he? Why did you start a conflict with him? The Chen family head asked quickly. Although Chan Rafeng was only a soul in the gourd, he was also trembling at this moment. Impossible. He was going crazy. The other party had comprehended a power that was close to Tao. He actually dared to go against such a person? How could he be so reckless? One had to know that the reason why he was so arrogant before was because he was a genius of the Qin family. With the full support of the Chun family, given another 500 years, He was confident that he could comprehend this kind of power. But now, the other party had already comprehended this kind of power and surpassed him by 500 years. Chen Rufing's confidence was shattered in an instant. At this moment, when he heard the Qin family head's words, he shook his head. I don't know, I only know that people call him Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi? Hearing this, the Chen family head was stunned, and the surrounding experts were also stunned. They didn't know who Lin Gongzi was. However, at this moment, an elder's pupils shrank. His surname was Lin? His surname was Lin. The person who defeated the Nether King in Tianqiong Peak was called Lin Wuti. Could the two of them be? Before he could finish his words, the other elders were already trembling in fear. No way! Could the young man in front of them be Lin Wuti? Thinking of this, their minds were about to explode. If it was really Lin Wuti, even if there were 100 of them, they wouldn't be enough to kill him. Are you Lin Wuti? Many people screamed crazily. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. It seemed that they weren't stupid to actually guess my identity. What? You're really Lin Wuti? These elders were so scared that they peed their pants. Previously, they were only guessing, but now that they received confirmation from the other party, they were scared out of their wits. Run! In an instant, everyone fled in all directions. The legend of Lin Wuti had spread throughout the entire cloud-returning planet. That was an incomparably powerful supreme genius who defeated the Nether King. How could they be a match for him? Therefore, in an instant, these people fled one after another. The Chen family head's pupils shrank. He grabbed the blue gourd and instantly flew into the distance. Want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian snorted coldly. These families had gathered so many experts to give him a fatal blow. Now, how could he let these people leave? I'll let you see the most beautiful fireworks in the world. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and a golden moon spun crazily. Chapter 3161. In the next moment, the fleeing powerhouses all stopped in midair and looked at their own bodies in horror. All of a sudden, a small flame appeared in their hearts. Then it turned into a dazzling firework that enveloped them. Ah! Wretched cries rang out one after another. At this moment, it was as though all of these mighty, full cultivation kings were being harvested like chives, falling one after another. The elders of the 9 families also died instantly. The Chen family head roared like a madman. 3 top-grade weapons rushed out of his body, trying to protect him, but they couldn't do it. The moment they touched the flame, they collapsed. No. In the midst of his desperate screams, the Chen family head also turned into a firework and bloomed in the sky. In an instant, all the escaping Great Perfection Kings died. 61 Great Perfection Kings disappeared in the sky without leaving behind a single drop of blood. Impossible. Damn it, how is this possible? I don't believe it. Inside the blue gourd, Chen Rufing's soul watched this scene and fell into infinite horror. That was a total of 61 monarchs at the consummate level. They were all killed in an instant. Damn it, who was this kid in front of him? What kind of demon did he provoke? No. Chen Rufing screamed like a madman. He was extremely regretful now. Why did he provoke this kid? He was too strong. This was Lin Wuti. Even the Nether King and Gao Peng couldn't fight against him. Wasn't the Qin family courting death? In the next moment, his soul knelt in midair and kowtowed continuously. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. Don't kill me. Spare you? Now you know how to beg for mercy? Didn't you want to cut me into pieces before? Don't worry, as the instigator, I won't kill you so easily. I'll make you suffer for 10,000 years. In Lin Xian's left eye, golden runes flickered, and he activated his pupil technique. Ah! Chen Rufing's soul screamed as he fell into a spiritual space. In here, 1 day outside was equivalent to 10,000 years in the spiritual space. And in this spiritual space, Chen Rufing would suffer all kinds of torture. This was the price he had to pay for sending experts to kill Lin Xian. Looking at the trembling soul in front of him, Lin Xian snorted coldly, turned around and left. Another 300 precious spiritual herbs were in his hands. He was one step closer to the saint breakthrough pill. Counting the days, it was about time to collect them. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He didn't forget that he gave Wan Gong, Hai Yu, young Master Shen, and the others a chance. Not long ago, he had killed young Master Shen through the air, intimidating those people. Now it was time to collect those spiritual herbs. The Fan clan was also a big clan in the northern region. However, the Fan clan had been having a hard time recently. Because of a genius disciple of their clan, they had no choice but to collect spirit herbs. Fan. The Bloody Blade Monarch is nothing in our eyes. These people were very unhappy. However, Fan Li didn't dare to stop. He could only use the resources of his branch to collect the spiritual herbs. After all, the inexplicable murder of young Master Shin had caused him too much fear. But fortunately, his branch finally collected a lot of spiritual herbs at any cost. He thought that it should be enough to satisfy the other party. On this day, a silhouette appeared in front of the Fan clan, in front of Fan Li. Fan Li trembled. It was him. He was finally here. He didn't expect the other party to find him so accurately. Previously, his family didn't receive any news. Even his family's guards and array couldn't stop the other party. It seemed that the other party was indeed an expert. They couldn't find him. Lin Gongzi, the things are in the storage room. Fan Li carefully handed over the storage ring. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, from now on, our grudges are written off. Lin Xian disappeared in front of him. Did he leave? Fan Li and the martial artists beside him widened their eyes. They checked carefully and found that the other party had really disappeared. Who was this person? They couldn't even find a trace of the other party. Grandfather, I've implicated you. Fan Li smiled bitterly. If he hadn't been so arrogant and offended Lin Xian, perhaps they wouldn't have had to bleed so much and waste so many resources today. However, Grandpa Fan was relieved. Li, you did the right thing this time. This young man is not someone we can provoke. Grandpa Fan had been secretly observing Lin Xian the moment he came in. But the more he observed, the more shocked he became, because he found that Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit. He couldn't see through him. This kind of person was definitely not someone they could provoke. Fan Li was relieved when he heard Grandpa Fan's words. Did he escape this time? He wouldn't dare to provoke others anymore. Next, Lin Xian set off one after another, arriving at the other 3 great clans. The 3 big families had also collected the herbs. After Lin Xian received the herbs, his grudges with these people were written off. Lin Xian had visited all 5 families. Now, there were only 3 families left: Wan Gong, Hai Yu, and young Master Shen. First, he went to the Shen family. Lin Xian's body flashed and flew into the distance. The Shen family. The Shen family was heavily guarded. Since young Master Shen was mysteriously killed, the Shen family had been on high alert. Furthermore, the Shen family had sent out countless experts to track down and investigate the enemy's tracks. As for young Master Shen's words about collecting herbs, the Shen family didn't care at all. Who was it? Stop! On this day, they saw a figure descending from the sky and walking directly towards the Shen family. Immediately, the Shen family's guards rushed forward. The Shen family owes me 100 herbs. I'm here to collect them. This figure was Lin Xian. After he arrived, he said calmly, What? Owe him 100 herbs? What a joke! Kid, do you know where you are? Who do you think you are? How dare you come to the Shen family? That's right. How could the Shen family owe anyone anything? Even if they did, so what? Do you still dare to ask for it? Get out of here. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. I'll make you kneel in front of the Shen family for 100 years. These guards were very ferocious. They couldn't see Lin Xian's cultivation level, but they saw that Lin Xian was alone and his aura wasn't scary at all. In their eyes, there was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, the Shun family was so powerful, these guards didn't care about him. One of them even walked out and said coldly, "Take him down. He might be related to the murderer." Chapter 3162. Hee. Third elder brother, you are right. When the surrounding guards heard this, they revealed a sinister smile. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too reckless. You actually came to my Shun family to cause trouble at this time. Don't blame us for being merciless. The 6 guards pulled out their long swords and their aura exploded. You are courting death. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. The next moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Buzz. His gaze turned into a fierce sword aura and passed through the 6 guards. Puff, puff. The 6 guards were stabbed in the glabella, and their souls were instantly destroyed. Plop. The 6 corpses fell to the ground. Before they died, they heard a sentence. It seems that young Master Shin's incident was not enough to warn you. Since that is the case, I will come personally. The 6 guards were already dead, but they now knew that the person in front of them was so terrifying, and he was the murderer of young Master Shin. Would the Shun family be able to contend against such a person? They did not know because all of them were killed. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he arrived at the Shun family. There is an array. After arriving, Lin Xian felt that the array in the air was very strong. There was even a terrifying aura around him that wanted to kill him. Humph! He snorted coldly and stomped his foot. Violent energy instantly spread out in all directions. With a crack, the array was crushed. The next moment, he landed in the Shun family. Boom! The destruction of the array set off a huge storm. Countless powerhouses in the Shin family roared crazily. Not good. The array is broken, and someone is coming. Damn it, what is going on? What is going on with the array? Go and investigate. Angry roars and screams were heard. Soon they saw Lin Xian. Damn kid, who are you? Are you the one who destroyed the array? How dare you come to the Shin family to cause trouble? Someone kill him. In an instant, more than a dozen martial artists rushed over. Their swords flashed, and the terrifying domain soared into the sky. In the face of these attacks, Lin Xian merely stomped his foot. Suddenly, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack flew into the distance, and the surrounding martial artists were all sent flying. In the air, all the attacks were shattered in an instant. The dozen or so warriors who attacked kept vomiting blood, their faces filled with horror. Too powerful. With a single stomp of his foot, the entire defensive formation was shattered. Furthermore, the aftermath of that energy had caused them to suffer serious injuries. This was a peerless expert. Hurry up and inform the elders. Countless people screamed. In fact, they didn't need to say anything. Countless old figures had already arrived in the distance. When they saw the huge crack and the broken array formation around it, their pupils shrank. Where were the enemies? Which clan is he from? They asked frantically. In their opinion, the only thing that could cause all of this was the invasion of an army. At the very least, it had to be an existence similar to their family, or even more terrifying. However, the surrounding people pointed at a young man in front of them and said, "It's him." "Elder, that's him." "What? Only one person? A young man at that?" The elders who had rushed over were instantly stunned. Nonsense! How could a young man destroy our defensive formation? The elders did not believe it at all. However, the people around them were trembling. They saw it with their own eyes. A bunch of trash! Those elders snorted coldly. The surrounding martial artists were basically guards. Although there were many of them, their strength was far inferior to theirs. Therefore, these elders did not believe it at all. They stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, who are you? Kneel down obediently and accept your death." There was no need to talk nonsense with him. They could just capture him and take his soul. An elder snorted coldly and reached out his big hand to grab Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his head slightly. 2 rays of golden light burst out from his eyes, turning into 2 golden sharp swords that slashed directly at the void. With a puff, the elder's palm was split open. Ah! Elder Zhang's arm was cut off, and he let out a miserable cry. The others' expressions changed. Not good. An expert. This time they believed it. The elder who attacked this time was a peak 9-star martial artist. He was very powerful, but he was seriously injured in an instant. This meant that the other party was definitely an expert. Hurry up and take him down together. How dare he cause trouble in the Shen family alone? Did he really think that there was no one in the Shen family? All of the elders gathered around him. There were a total of 9 elders, and each of them was extremely terrifying. The weakest one was a peak 9-star martial artist. Many of them were even at the peak. When these people attacked together, the people around them heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. With their elders attacking, let's see how the other party dies. Facing the 9 Shen family elders, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He did not move at all. However, the golden sword that he had shot into the sky earlier was tumbling nonstop. Then, it suddenly enlarged and turned into a golden mountain, pressing down on the void. The aura that it emitted made everyone tremble again. The surrounding martial artists of the Shen family trembled and knelt on the ground. The expressions of the 9 elders also changed drastically. This aura? They were too shocked. This aura was too violent. It was so violent that they could not bear it. 2 elders suddenly spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their bodies cracked. Who the hell was this person? Just the energy shockwave from the opponent's attack was already unbearable for them. If the other party attacked, they would be killed in an instant. Thinking of this, they were terrified. Stop! At this moment, another crazy roar came from afar. Following that, more people walked over. This time, the aura of the people who walked over was even more powerful. There were white-haired elders and middle-aged men who walked like tigers and dragons. The patriarch of the Shen family and the grand elders had appeared. That's great. Seeing this, the 9 elders heaved a sigh of relief. With the patriarch and the grand elders here, the other party was extremely powerful. They should be able to take him down. However, in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was because these people did not attack. Instead, they quickly said, "Young hero, please stop." Perhaps there was some misunderstanding here. That's right. Young hero, why are you attacking the Shen family? The Shen family has done something wrong in the past. We will definitely change. What? The patriarch of the Shen family and the grand elders did not attack directly. Instead, they were apologizing. The 9 elders could not believe their ears. The Shen family was so proud. Other than some of the top patriarchs, they did not care about anyone else. But now, they were lowering their heads to a young man. After hearing the patriarch of the Shen family's words, Lin Xian did not let the golden mountain in the sky fall. Previously, the young master of the Shen family owed me 100 spiritual herbs. I asked him to collect them, but he did not care. Therefore, I killed him to intimidate you. I did not expect the Shen family to be so reckless. You did not take my words seriously. What? Does the Shen family want to be exterminated? Speaking of this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Chapter 3163. What? It had something to do with young Master Shen? Hearing this, the surrounding people were all stunned. An elder screamed, "Could it be that Shen Ke was killed by you?" Shen Ke, who was also young Master Shen, had suddenly turned into ashes. This strange scene had made the Shen family go crazy. They had been investigating all this time, but they had not found out who the murderer was. They did not expect that the murderer would take the initiative to come to them today. Damn it! How dare you kill Shen Ke? I must kill you! Many people roared crazily. The family head of the Shen family and the supreme elders also frowned. A cold light flashed in their eyes. So that was why the murderer was here. However, the murderer had killed Shen Ke first, and then the Shen family. Did he really think that the Shen family had no one? Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The golden mountain in the sky descended again. Suddenly the void was crushed. Countless people below trembled. Those who were weaker had their bodies split open. Those who were stronger were also vomiting blood. Not good. Stop it. These people's expressions changed. They did not dare to have any killing intent. The murderer was not an ant. He was a peerless powerhouse. Even if all of them worked together, they might not be able to defeat him. Stop it. Don't go too far. Although the Shen family could not defeat you, the Shin family has many allies. Do you want to become enemies with the other 4 families? The Shen family had no choice but to form their own allies. Oh, you have allies? Lin Xian was stunned. The Shen family quickly said, that's right. The Shen family and the other 3 families are allies. If you touch the Shin family, you will become enemies with the other 4 families. The other 3 families will not let you go. Young man, leave now and I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame the Shin family for joining forces with the other 3 families to kill you. Kill me? Lin Xian laughed heartily. Looks like you guys really don't know what's good for you. He stamped his foot down, causing the ground beneath his feet to shatter. All of the Shen clan's buildings and spell formations were destroyed and transformed into smoke. As for the others, their bodies were trembling and they were no longer breathing. At this moment, they felt as if they were on the verge of death. The Shen family had been split apart. The head of the Shin family and the Taishang elders screamed crazily. It was too terrifying. The other party was able to create such a terrifying scene with just a stomp of his foot. Even the Shen family was almost annihilated. They no longer dared to be arrogant in front of such a person. Lin Xian retracted his foot and said coldly, "What? Are you convinced?" He gritted his teeth and said, "I want to know why you are targeting my Shen family." Lin Xian sneered. He looked at one of the Shen family's Taishang elders and said calmly, "If an ant was arrogant, provoking, and insulting you, what would you do?" Since it was an ant, you would naturally kill it mercilessly, the Taishang elder said, subconsciously. The next moment, his expression turned cold. Could it be Shin-Kei? That's right. You know the reason, right? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The others broke out in cold sweat. It looked like Shen-Kei had provoked this young man in front of them, and this young man was a super strong cultivator. Strong cultivators had their dignity. The power of a strong cultivator was not to be trifled with. If a weak cultivator provoked them, they would definitely kill him mercilessly. They would be killed with a slap. Similarly, if Shen-Kei challenged a super strong cultivator, he would definitely be killed by the super strong cultivator. Damn it, this Shen-Kei is actually acting so recklessly. He even implicated the Shen family. After hearing the news, the Shen family's powerful cultivators roared in anger. Before this, they wanted to avenge Shin Quebec. But now they hated Shen-Kei to death. It was because Shen-Kei had provoked a godlike existence. Shen-Kei was reckless and provoked the young master. He deserved to be killed. What kind of elixirs do you need? The Shen family will definitely collect them for you. The Shen family's patriarch said in a low voice. They had no choice. In front of such a strong cultivator, they did not dare to resist at all. Moreover, it was indeed their Shin-Kei who provoked him first. The fact that the other party did not directly destroy the Shin family was already very respectful and merciful. Don't worry, I will do it myself. Lin Xian raised his head and formed a seal with his palms. Suddenly, above his head, a pair of golden eyes suddenly opened. It was as if the eyes of a god were looking down. That gaze completely enveloped the entire Shin family. Everyone felt that their souls were penetrated. It was as if their lives were in the hands of that pair of eyes. They all knelt on the ground, trembling. Even the patriarch of the Shen family and the Taishang elders felt their scalps tingle. It was too powerful. Fortunately, they did not resist. Otherwise, the other party would probably kill them instantly. After Lin Xian activated his Tianji divine eyes, he directly looked for the Shen family. A large family like the Shen family would definitely have a spiritual herb garden and a spiritual herb warehouse. Therefore, Lin Xian directly collected 300 stalks of spiritual herbs. After that, Lin Xian left the Shen family. After Lin Xian left for a long time, the patriarch of the Shen family and the elders finally dared to stand up. They looked at the disappearing figures around them and heaved a sigh of relief. The others also felt that they had a new lease of life. Next to the Hai family, Lin Xian turned into a rainbow and disappeared into the sky. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Xian arrived near the Hai family, Haiyu appeared. At this moment, Haiyu became even more enchanting. She looked at Lin Xian, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a cold smile. I've already collected all the spirit herbs. Now, let's see if you have the right to take them. After saying this, her figure flashed and rushed into the distance. She was going in the opposite direction of the Hai family. Lin Xian scanned with his soul spirit and felt the aura of a large amount of spiritual herbs on Haiyu's body. He immediately followed her. He was not afraid of the other party's tricks. As long as the other party really had spiritual herbs, it was fine. After flying for about a few million miles, Haiyu stopped. I didn't expect you to really come. I don't know if you really don't know what's good for you, or you are extremely daring. If there is an ambush, hurry up and let them out. I don't have time to waste here with you. Lin Xian said coldly. You know, Haiyu was stunned. Looks like you are not an idiot, but you know and still dare to come. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you think you can fight against me? Do you think you can do anything to me? You are too naive. There is no need for the Hai family to do anything. Someone else can take care of you today. Oh, it's not the Hai family? Lin Xian was stunned. He originally thought that the Hai family had set up an inescapable net here and was waiting for him. But from the looks of it, it shouldn't be the Hai family. Then who is it? Lin Xian didn't care at all. Husband, come out. Haiyu looked at the distant mountains and said with a smile, Husband? Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be Wangong? The Wan family? But soon he realized that it wasn't Wangong. A green figure quickly rushed from the distance. Soon, a person wearing a green robe appeared. This person looked cold and gloomy. He seemed to be middle-aged, but his real age was unknown. The aura emitted from his body was very terrifying. As soon as he appeared, he took Haiyu into his arms. Haiyu said softly, Husband, it's him. It's this guy who wants to kill me. You have to help me get rid of him.